ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we build on topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels or microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast.
Yeah, what's going on? Welcome back. We got the show started already. What's going on, guys? We are back, and we got Killah Priest back in the building. Yeah, still getting set up right now. We have another guest coming in. Yo, Priest.
Yo, do they see me?
Yeah, you are on.
Yo, shout out to the whole Podcraft, man. Shout out to the Killah Priest Podcraft for you just coming in. You know, I'm rocking the Nebula, horoscope. You know what I mean? I got the strange goggles on.
Yeah.
I am your host, Killah Priest. Today I'm coming via satellite. You know what I mean? And controlling the rocket is none other than AD Dizzle.
Yeah, you already know. We back.
Yeah, we're back. This time, you know, I want to shout out Frederick. And for coming through last build, that was great. You know what I'm saying? So today is going to get real. Hold on, let me make sure that these are right.
Yeah.
Today is going to be real beautiful. Wait a minute. Shout out to architects in the Oracle, Coach Kadaka, architects, Vinny, Black Lodge, and Voltage. What we call our moderators, our avatars that's in the building.
Mm-hmm.
You know, architects are in the building, you know. So shout out to them and shout out to everyone. I can't see you as if I am still coming in through Viva Satellite.
Yeah. Once I share the screen later on, you'll be able to see the whole chat room and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got these glasses, man.
Yeah. You look like you're ready to blast off in the rocket with that.
Indeed. Real Sun Ra, you know what I'm saying? I'm in the spirit of Sun Ra right now.
Right.
Great jazz musician who's a rocketeer. Also, this complements the horoscope. There were villains that would come through.
That's
you know,
right.
from those time periods.
Mm-hmm.
So I seen these at a thrift shop. I had to grab them.
Nice. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So today's gonna be real. I'm up for the task today.
All right.
Today we got Priest Isaac coming through.
Nice.
So we're gonna do a wonderful presentation. You know, I can't wait for him to come through. Other than we're gonna have an interaction where we can build because we need answers. You know, no more excuses. We got to get answers.
Okay.
And while we're doing that, you know, it's good to build and create a better atmosphere for us to have our thoughts and our creativity to keep going.
Nice. All right. So I'm putting Priest Isaac in the title. So it is official.
Yes. Crumb going to come through too and pay us a visit. Also, Frederick said he's going to come through and pay a visit.
Wow. Okay. So it's going to be a wild show tonight.
Yeah. It's going to be great.
Right. All right. Cool.
Remember, make sure you hit that super chat. Hold up.
I'm just glad we got the technical stuff out the way. We got you nice and clear on Zoom. That's perfect.
Exactly.
It's not so retrograde as it was on Monday.
Yeah.
So we already got 107 people watching.
107. That's good.
So
Some of the kids coming in as y'all fill in the room. How was your day, AD?
Good, man. I just woke up. I had to go to the market and get some things and just came back and got set up. You know what I mean? You also got a package here from the artist that we had on the show.
Which one?
You remember the artist? He took us through the run through of the museum.
Oh, yeah. The one that's
John
doing.
Newsom.
Shout out to John Newsom, man.
You got a package here from John Newsom. I didn't want to open it up yet.
Okay.
I wanted to wait till you got here so you can just unveil it.
Yeah, I'll be back there soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. He's doing something for us, right? For the Forest of the Happy Ever After.
Yeah, which is an upcoming album for those who don't know at home. We got You got several projects already coming out.
Circus. Right now we got Horoscope and shout out to Knowledge Born.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna do it. He wants to do a documentary build on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of love for it. It's different, you know, and it's fun also. You know, this is the first album that he said, I'll let him ask me the question that we actually have fun doing it. You can actually hear the fun that's in it because it's, you know, it's a concept album. It's also fun at the same time. It's funny and it's dark at the same time. It's dark humor.
Nice. Yeah, I noticed people in the comments were saying how fast you're putting out so much content lately, man. You're putting out a lot of music really fast, and there's a lot more coming. It's impressive.
Yeah. When you feel a vibe, when you got everything going, just continue going. Don't ever block yourself. Yeah, and that's what I to learn not to block myself and let the energy flow. Yeah, because it's a process, you know.
You're definitely in a flow state right now. Yeah. So that's cool.
And for artists, upcoming artists, never compromise that for nothing. You want to continue to create. You want to continue to build.
Yeah.
You know, as well as working on yourself.
Yeah, man. That's awesome.
Creation. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah, the people are really happy, and it's good because you have so many tracks, and they're all coming out with different albums with different themes. It's an adventure.
Yeah. But that's the whole thing. Is I'm happy that they happy. You know, it inspires me to continue to keep on going and keep on pushing the envelope. You know, each one teach one. If I can do it, you can do it. And you know, it's I'm grateful for the wonderful fans out there.
Yeah.
But what I really like is what we're doing right here on the podcast, bringing in new, just artists and up and coming artists that's, you know, join priesthood, because that's what it's about, you know. Yeah. And new artists that's coming out with music, and you know, they inspire me also. So be a part of it, whether it's singing, rapping, or you're a musician, or anything that you're doing, you know.
Or a dancer. There's a lot of dancers out there.
Yeah, I love dancing, man. Yo, Le Twins is one of my favorite groups.
Yeah.
Le Twins from France.
Yo, there's girls at the club that want to be in your next video.
Tell them I'm ready.
So you gotta find what song you want to have the girls in on.
I think I got a good idea.
Yeah.
A couple of good ideas.
Oh, for
my other tux. Gotta wear my other tux. Got a couple of tux.
Yeah, for that one album that you have that's more for the ladies, remember? I don't want to reveal it.
Something just
with the love something. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, Brother Glow?
Yeah, that one. I think
Brother Glow.
Yeah. There's definitely some songs in there that you can have some females in the video for. You got a super chat right here from Danny Salinas. He says, question for Priest, when you coming to Chi-Town?
Soon. Very soon, man. I just spoke to somebody in Chi-Town now. I'm definitely going to come out there. I was looking to get something out there. You know what I mean? Get a little spot out there in Chi-Town. But, you know, always moving. So I'll be out there soon.
You got another one from Adam G. He says, "Thanks for being you." Shout out to Adam G for the 1999.
Yeah, brother. I was inspired today. Brother Glow. It's going to be Brother Glow RV ministry or street ministry. Also, I'm going to do a Brother Glow Kung Fu school.
A Kung Fu school?
Yeah, it's going to be an album. Welcome to the Kung Fu school. Kung Fu class for adults.
Okay. Kung Fu school.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Fire. Sounds good. All right. Well, you know, you got Priest Isaac on hold here over here on the Zoom.
Okay, so I'm gonna introduce him.
Okay.
And then he has a presentation. He's going to build on one of your favorite subjects.
Oh,
today. So I advise everyone to get their books out, get their pens, their pads, you know, and really start to indulge and make sure y'all don't front on them super chats. Get all of that, all your equipment ready because we're gonna go into the astrology world.
Oh.
And he's gonna build on that and subliminal messages.
Nice.
That are in hidden in movies. I know Crumb wants to come through too because I know he was going to build on that. But you remember, Priest Isaac is an expert on this subject, so I can't wait to hear what you got, yo.
Awesome.
So without further ado, let's bring on to the Podcraft, Priest Isaac, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey. I don't have my sound effects out yet. Priest Isaac, how you doing?
Yes, my brethren, blessed love to the Killer Priest, blessed love, A.D. Ross, love to the family, love to the, the full Podcraft, and just happy to be here again, and hope I can definitely, bring something proper to the table this evening. Blessed love, good times.
Indeed, man, big up, like always blessings and guidance towards you, man. I mean, the last time you was here, you dropped some science. You was going into the subliminal messages. Now, I guess you're going to take us deeper into the mind, into the charts, into the subliminal messages of the great Priest Isaac.
Well, actually, where I'm going to really carry it this evening, I wanted to somewhat, look at, as you said, the subliminal messages that would be affecting especially the young minds, and not just the young minds, but our minds too, because a lot of what I'll be going into still has affected us. And there's a subject area that I have that has many different levels, and the title of the subject area is actually Fairy Tales, Folly Days, and Nursery Crimes. That's the title of the subject, but there are different levels to it. You could say you have beginners levels, you have advanced level, there's the execution, there's the judgment, there are different levels to it. So I'm just kind of going to somewhat give a somewhat of a collaboration of it this evening, but I do want to penetrate on the whole aspect of not only subliminal messages, but you would hear a lot of ones speak of masonry originally coming from Africa, and many ones do not understand what that means. I want to take some time to go into all of that and then bring it down into the subject area. And also, as I did tell you earlier, somewhere within my presentation, maybe somewhere in the center, the Honorable Empress Naya, who is the Dean of our institute, she would be also coming in where she's going to give a word on a homeschool program that we have, which is really, the solution for some of the problems that are ailing us, especially our young ones. So, enough said on that. Whenever you are ready, and I'm just comfortable, I'm good, and I have the time. Blessed.
Well, without no further ado, man, I mean, I'm excited to hear, and I know I speak for the Podcraft also. This is going to be very good. It's on you, man. You can start.
Give thanks, no problem. Well, again, just blessed love to you and the full family. and give thanks continually for the life giver and the keeper of like the Mawe Haile Selassie. And of course, you know, I represent the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge, especially for those who may not know of myself. And the impression I'm getting is that my thing is sharing properly. Yes, so positively as we go along. Now, what I want to do this evening, my good brothers and sisters, obviously, I'm going to go straight into it. You know, as I just said a moment ago, sometimes we speak of the whole aspect of, you know, Freemasonry, and many ones, even within the conscious realms, will tell you, well, listen, man, these people who brought us Freemasonry, they're not the origin of that, you know. This is something from the craft of ancient Amun-Ra or something of the sorts. Now, what I want to highlight, you know, that whole concept of, you know, so above, as above, so below. Mm-hmm. And we usually align that, for example, like the Orion's belt and the pyramid. But I'm saying now, in the beginning of this reasoning, I'm saying that nature itself naturally mirrors itself. Now, who we call God and the creator and these different things, you know, the supreme being, I like to say the intelligent nucleus that has everything in motion. Really now, when you observe creation, you would see a pattern, you know, as I said, in many, many ways, you see creation mirror in itself. Now, obviously, you could see the galaxy. This is a rendition of a galaxy. And many ones would already see what is known as the golden spiral. And the golden spiral is said to be found in many different aspects of creation. Again, also the numbering of the golden spiral is said to be that of what they call the Fibonacci series of number. But this so-called discovery by Fibonacci wasn't really discovered by him. He may have uncovered it and this the whole program, but this is something from ancient time. It's from creation. So, you know, you will notice the galaxy and its spiral form. And the same way you will notice the hurricane and its spiral form, just like the tornado and the typhoon in the spiral form, and in the very same way they are made up in the whole process of what is known as the golden spiral. You know, here you see the series of numbers known as the Fibonacci series of numbers. And you could see also in the shell the same science as the spiral form, as the hurricane and as the galaxy. You see the same thing in the ram horn as well. And this is a quasar. This is really basically a very early stage of what would become a galaxy, maybe millions of years after. So again, I'm just showing you the hand of man has not entered here. We're just observing nature. And you could look at nature, as I said, above and below, and you see similar patterns. Again, the spiral form, the spiral pattern is, you notice here, the web of Anansi, or the web of the spiral. In fact, the Anansi web, I'm speaking of ancient Ghana tradition now, the Anansi web is said to actually be a symbolic expression of the natural grid of planet Earth. You know, just like planet Earth has so-called latitude and longitude, it actually looks like a web or a net that it is in, you know. So in the same way, the Earth has some natural grids, not necessarily the latitude and longitude, but the Earth has natural grid lines within it. And that is said to be the symbolically, that is expressed as a spider's web or the web of Anansi. But again, you see the same pattern, the natural pattern of creation, the spiral pattern. And again, within the floral world, most plants, if you look at the pine comb, you still see the same series of numbers. And of course, you see the flower of life also expressed here. Now, when you observe the heavens, looking at the Milky Way, this is just a rendition of the Milky Way. Of course, it will take a very dark night for you to get a good visual of the Milky Way. And for those who may not know what the Milky Way really is, you know, it appears just like here, the Milky Way appears to be a river of milk that's running across the sky. Now, the Milky Way basically is the galaxy that we are in. But because the galaxy, of course, is in a flat, somewhat of a frisbee sort of looking shape. So it gives this impression from where we are that we are looking at this long line running through the heavens, like a line of clouds. But you're looking at countless of star systems, countless of other galaxies, and so many different cosmic, things taking place here that makes it look like a river of milk going through the heavens. That's why they call it the Milky Way. And then, of course, we have the same Milky Way on the planet Earth, the River Nile. The same pattern that this dark area of the Milky Way takes when observed when you compare it to the River Nile, you find the same pattern that is taken by the Milky Way is similar to the pattern taken by the River Nile. Again, we haven't really seen the hand of man as such entering here into this discussion. Now, we all know of the Great Pyramids of Giza. I don't have to go into the depths and speak of them being the only remaining wonder of the world. And of course, they align with different stars and all of these different things. It's, of course, we know the Great Pyramid is at the center of the earth, etc., etc. And we can go on and on. And again, I just mentioned, of course, they are made to align with the different constellations. But now, the way that the pyramids, the Great Pyramids of Giza were built is similar to the way that the Orion's belt is situated in the heavens. Now, keep in mind, what I was showing you thus far was nature mirroring nature, a plant mirroring a seashell, a hurricane mirroring a galaxy, and a spider's web, and a flower. Okay, but now we have entered where man now has taken it upon himself to create things, create temples, create monuments to mirror the same heavens, just like how the heavens mirror the earth. Now man has entered this and started civilization and created things to mirror the same heavens. But it's all a part of the worship. It's all a part of the praise giving. Okay, so that's why when you go to even Mexico, and you see the great pyramids of the sun and the pyramids of the moon and the pyramids at Teotihuacan, you notice now that they themselves are built. See them here, they're built in the same way as the pyramid. They're built in the same way as the Orion's belt. Now, even when you observe on the computer motherboard, as you said, brother, hieroglyphs, hieroglyph, microchip, that's really what's taking place here. When you observe the same motherboard, this is the motherboard from the computer, and you observe the main pyramid complex of Teotihuacan in Mexico, even down to these little buildings that they have. Let me show you here. See all these little mini pyramids here under the Great Pyramid up there. If you notice, just the same way the motherboard of the computer is made with these little spots. I'm not a computer expert, but I know enough to know that this is the agency. So what we were creating here, obviously, is some level of frequency and energy and electromagnetic vibration, why we can use the same pattern. Again, why we can use the same pattern and create the computer motherboard. And that's to show us too, yeah? All of this mimicking and all of these different signs and symbols are not just for fun. Everything have a reason. In the same way that they took it from something that has an energy is the same way that they're creating something that has an energy too. Just to show you here again, you could obviously see in the cross section of the brain, you could obviously see the rendition of the falcon god Heru. Look it right here. And you could see again when you watch the Heru, this is Horus at Edfu. And this is a little statue of the very same Horus with the crown on his head. But you observe again in the cross section of the brain, just under the pineal gland. And if you look where the pineal gland is, which is the seat of the soul, it looks like the falcon has a sun on its head, just like the rat, But what I'm saying, this is a lot of what we brought forth to the world It wasn't just out of our minds, you know. We observed nature. Again, this is the key point I'm trying to make here. We observed nature. We observed ourselves. We observed our organs, you know. We understood their purposes. And then we brought forward, you know, if you want to say, teachings so that the young child could understand. So you see us speak about Kepra, you know, but when we observe Kepra properly, Kepra looks like the top of the cranium, where the sutras meet, looks just like the formation of where Kepra's, you know, the beetle wing, and so the case of the wings, etc. You know, so I'm not going to stay too long moving forward. All right. Now, go ahead. Someone saying something?
No, I think that was background noise.
Okay, pardon me, no problem. All right, now this is something I know most ones are familiar with. In fact, earlier before we came on, someone is in the chat was talking about, I think someone in the chat by the name of Atumura or something. They were talking about the one eye and all of that stuff on the dollar bill. Okay, now this is something many ones I believe in your audience would be familiar with. You know, the fact that the number 13, just to show you an example, they always taught us that 13 is this unlucky number. But the number 13 now, when you observe the president's seal, more than just the dollar bill, this is the president's seal, really. I see them have different renditions of it today, but this is the old-fashioned one, the same one on the dollar. You'll notice that the number 13 is all over this. In the first of all, the arrows in this talon of the eagle is 13 arrows. Then you have, of course, the branch with 13 leaves and 13 berries. Then you have on the eagle's chest, you have 13 stripes within the chest. Then, of course, even in the scroll, in its mouth, you have 13 letters in E pluribus unum. Then above its head, you have 13 stars making the symbol of the 6-point star. And then, of course, the feathers within its wings are actually 32 and 33, which we know in Scottish Rite Masonry, them is the 2 highest level of degrees. Good. When we turn it around now, we see again 13 is outstanding, even down to the number here, which is in Roman numeral is actually 1776, and you know 7 and 6 is 13. It has 13 rows of bricks here in this pyramid. And then again, this pyramid now, some would argue that this is actually a Nubian pyramid and not really the Kemetic pyramid, but that's really just another discussion. But where we have reached here now, and this is really just like the crash course we're going through, eh? What I did, I started to show you how nature again mirrors itself. There's nothing wrong. Nature does it. The fact, even when we observe an eclipse and we notice, you know, it appears as if the sun and the moon is the same size. I'm not going to open a can of worms here, but that's why some people think the world is flat and the moon is just there and the sun is just there, because the size of the sun in comparison to the size of the moon, the distance from the earth to the moon and the sun from the moon and all of that is so precise that when the moon passes in front of the sun, from the distance that the moon is from the sun and we are from the moon and the sun, when we observe it, it just appears as if the both of them are the same size, passing over each other. But that's how nature is. Nothing hard to believe. As you can see here, nature actually is like that. It mirrors itself and it coordinates with itself in some very mystic and miraculous ways. Okay, and I'm showing you now, we as the first scientists, that's why you see so many of these great monuments and megalithic structures all over the world aligning with the heavens, you know, that because we were at the heights of understanding technology and mathematics and physics and all of these things and astronomy. Good. Now, that's why today, when we're falling so far from that, we are amazed, like, wow, we used to do that, when to us it was a simple thing, understanding the science. That so when you see Heru, it's more than just a bird, you know, we understood, we're looking at the inner brain. Okay, good. All right, so here again, when you fold the dollar bill, this is a $20 bill. Harriet Tubman is not on there as yet, but anyway, when you fold the $20 bill, and you fold it like an airplane like we used to do in school, it gives the impression as if you're looking at the 2 towers, like they're on fire and like one of them is falling down. Let me say that again. When you fold it like a plane, just fold it, but like a play. It's almost like a riddle. When you fold it like a play, and you have to fold it properly, because I could do it. It gives this impression like the two twin towers standing full of smoke and they're falling down. So what you're seeing here now, you're seeing someone taking up the ancient craft of esoteric messages, of understanding nature mirroring self, and created subliminal messages, because you know what a subliminal message is, is the message of the sublime. Sub means undertone. That's why people will tell you, read between the lines and all of these different things. What's between the lines? It's white paper. When you're reading in a book, it's nothing, just whiteness between the lines. But you must read between the lines. Okay, so basically when you hear of Freemasonry, just quickly, and this is not a discussion sticking on Freemasonry, but of course, when you hear Freemasonry, many ones will tell you about the Knights of the Templars, some will go as far as Illuminati, and it gets a very serious broad brush. All right, fair enough. The compass and the square. I think we know. I just mentioned something about Hiram Abiff, my brother, that you mentioned in some bars that I like there, and really the story of Hiram Abiff, really. And these things here, these instruments, the compass and the square. But the compass and the square has a lot to do with the great creator, also known as the great architect, who is, God as such. Now, basically, and I'm just skipping over this because I want to get to some more important points. Again, the Knights of the Temple of Solomon, or the Knights Templars. And we're speaking of, the 12th century or so, when they came into existence. And they have a mystic beginning, really. It is said, when you really study the Knights of the Templars, their origin is said to be the actual book, the Kabbalah, the book that speaks about the tree of life. And we know this is an ancient Kemetic system again, the Kemetic tree of life. But anyway, the Jewish Kabbalah, which according to history was stolen by 9 monks. They stole it from Isaac the Blind, French Isaac the Blind. And these 9 French monks really took the science of the Kabbalah according to what we're supposed to believe. And it is this science that they utilize to build a nation within a nation and a strong army, which we have come to know today as the Knights of the Temples of Solomon, or the Knights Templar. That's very, very important point. The Knights of the Temple of Solomon, or the Knights Templars. So the Knights Templars now specifically, when you observe the Knights Templars, as I said, they themselves, this is supposedly the Temple of Solomon. This is supposedly the building that he built, and which is left at ruins in the place known as Jerusalem today. Okay, but basically what the Templars really did, they had a great knowledge. As I said, the book, the Kabbalah, was really what pushed them. And they had a great knowledge of the understanding of how to use the magics and the spells and the secret chants and enchantments that you would find in that manuscript. And it is said that they utilized this to build their economic wealth and their power, to the point that they were, a formidable army, and other people will go and utilize them to assist them in battle and in war. So around the 1300s, they definitely fell out with the King of France at the time and the Pope of Rome. That's Pope Urban V and Philip, I think, is the fourth of France at the time. And they did what they did now, the Pope of Rome. They took the leader of the Knights of the Templars, who is one known by the name of Jacques de Molay. And they burnt Jacques de Molay and some of his subordinates alive on stakes. And the reason why they did this is because the Knights of the Templars were really getting too strong. And of course, they were not really going after the authority of the popes. They're known for that. All right, if you're not with them, just like when in the 5th century, when the power came to, when Justinian, the Pope of Rome, the emperor of Rome, pardon me, when Justinian gave the power to the Papa or to the Pope. Remember, there were 10 kingdoms of Rome, and 3 of them decided that they don't want to be ruled by the church. And the Pope of Rome at that time, this is the 5th century AD, they literally destroyed 3 of the tribes of Europe, or the kingdoms of Europe. I think it is the Vandals, the Herules, and the Ostrogoths, because they were originally 10 kingdoms of Europe. That's why you hear about the prophecy of the beast with the 10 horns, and 3 of the horns were plucked up. So anyway, so this is what they did to Jacques de Molay. Now, this is important when I'm saying it, family. Everything I'm saying is connected, from the galaxy and the River Nile to the fellas getting burned up here. Everything is connected, because after they did this to Jacques de Molay and his people, and he was burnt up and, you know, and they destroyed, the Knights of the Templars, or the Knights of the Temple of Solomon, they began to scatter. They began to go into hiding, because now they were like, we call it persona non grata. They were enemy number 1. They were wanted dead or alive. That is the Knights of the Templars. That's how much of a threat they became to the establishment of the day, being the Pope of Rome and the King of France. All right, good. Now, this individual is Robert the Bruce. Robert the Bruce at the same time was the King of Scotland. Family, you got to keep everything I'm saying in mind. Eh? Now, Robert the Bruce is outstanding in the Knights Templars world, because what he did, he preserved the Knights Templars when they were running for their lives from the same Pope of Rome, the King of France. If you go to Scotland and you go to the place they call Bruce Cave, that is the cave of Robert the Bruce. He himself hid there in time of turmoil. And some authors will tell you that he would have hid the same members of the Knights of the Templars in the Bruce Cave when the European armies were trying to get them. So he's very important to the Knights of the Templars. All right, good. Now, what I'm showing to the family, right, this is Henry VIII, the King of England. This is the individual that started the Anglican Church. Now, anyone out there that is a Christian and consider themselves an Anglican, this is where your history began. Because Henry VIII had, like, he had, how many wives he had?
6.
6 wives, a young princess here. And I think he had one that he couldn't have any children. Something was going on. And he decided that he wanted a next wife. And the Pope of Rome said, well, no, fellow, we don't do it like that over here. You can't get no second wife. And he said, yeah. And the King of England, Henry VIII, severed himself, cut himself away from the Pope of Rome and start the Anglican Church. That's how the Anglican Church started, because the King of England wanted to have more than one wife. No one can deny that. Eh? That is history. All right, I want you to follow me good. This individual here now, this is Martin Luther. Not Martin Luther King, Martin Luther. He as well is an individual that they would call an apostate. He tore away from the Roman Catholic Church as well. In fact, he's considered the father of the Protestant faith. The Protestant faith has Wesleyans, and basically anything that broke away from Rome is a Protestant faith, because they were protesting against Rome. Follow me, good family. Now, before I go too far, let me show you the point I'm making here. You must keep in mind, right? When they burned Jacques de Molay at the stake, when the Roman Church burned him at the stake, the rest of the followers went underground. They didn't disappear. They didn't disintegrate. They just went underground. And I am saying that they rose back up in a different identity. All right. One of the identities, you hear of the Rosicrucians. These churches I just highlighted to, the Anglican Church and the Protestant Church. We have to keep in mind, right? One of the main things about the Knights Templars, one of the main aspects of their secret science is that they build in what is known as the Gothic style of building. Let me repeat that. The Gothic style of building. That is what stands out about the Knights Templars. They build in the Gothic style of building, and it has a lot of secret messages in there in the way that they build. You know, the same craft from the Kabbalah they're utilizing. All right. This is an organization, the Rosicrucian. Well, there's an organization called the Rosicrucian, but the name comes from the rose and the cross, the red cross. Rosicrucian means red cross, the rose and the cross. Now, the rose and the cross, which is the red cross, this here is the symbol of the Knights Templars flag. Look, the Knights Templars flag. You see there? The red cross. That's the Knights Templars symbol. The red cross. The Rosicrucian is one of them organizations that rose up after the Knights of the Templars went underground. Remember, that's what they do. They are a secret society, so they can come back in a disguise. They, just like the KKK, they can take off the hood and the sheet and put on a necktie and suit. Yes, Mr. President, and all of them kind of things. So you have to understand the whole aspect of being cunning. So now, again, the red cross, the rose and the cross, the Rosicrucian. Look at this. Now, anyone knows that this same red cross is the original flag of England. This may be the flag of Britain. See how it morph over time? Now, the flag of Britain, look at it good. If you take out these extra red and then you take out the blue triangle, you actually have the flag of the Knights Templars. Just take out the blue triangle and you have the flag of the Knights Templars. That's the flag of the Knights Templars, the red cross. I'm going to repeat again. These Knights Templars are supposed to have disappeared because they were persecuted by the Roman Church. And I'm showing you now that they're those who separated from the Roman Church and started their own church. And in their churches now, you still see, because all of what I'm showing you here, remember earlier I showed you the flower of life. All of these are Gothic style buildings. Nobody can run from this. You study architecture, you would understand that. All of these are Gothic style buildings. These are Protestant churches, Anglican churches. Now, the point I'm making here is that the Knights of the Templars, they did not disappear. They rose and came back in other forms. You know, this and this is what I'm showing you here. This is Edward III, the King of England. And in 1348 thereabouts, he started a new Masonic organization, which is considered to be the foremost organization when it comes to chivalry. And this is known as the Knights of the Garter. He's the King of England, the Knights of the Garter. Very important, eh? See the symbol here? Back to the same red cross. Okay, the Knights of the Garter. All right, good. So now this is King George. This is the father of Queen Elizabeth. This is King George VI. And you can see him here with his, Freemasonic apron. Big deal. All right. These fellas here, I want you to look at these aprons well. Okay, now look at this. You see the Masonic, the same Royal Masonic apron. And if you look at the old time Gmail symbol, you could see how much they look alike. Now, it's not just that. Many of them are the symbols that we utilize every single day. Look at that, the seal of Satan. Many of these symbols that we utilize every single day have some connection with something from the Masonic world. Now, if you notice, again, I'm going to say, if you notice, we began with nature, and we came down to where we were in our heights of civilization and how we connected to nature. And then I showed you how the beast reacted when it took hold of the craft. And then the beast started to fight with the beast when the Pope of Rome burning up the Knights of the Templars leaders. And they had to go underground and they rose back up as different secret societies that we have amongst us now. Here, this is the important point. We have to keep in mind, we're not just looking at this and unraveling mysteries. All of these different secret societies are what run our educational system. They don't just run the church. They run our educational system. Very, very important. From pre-K, from before the baby born, they run our educational system. They run our entertainment system, all forms, whether it's movies, cartoons. We get into some of that now, cartoons. And the educational system, all of these nursery crimes that they have us singing in school, you'll be surprised how many demonic undertone messages are in them. And we're going to highlight that to you right in a moment. Okay, Red Cross, you see? So don't, you see, don't make them fool you. As simple as it looks, don't make them fool you. Okay, now, so we have an idea, basically, family, of what it means to have, you know, subliminal messages right in front of your face. And I gave you a quick kind of rundown of, let's just say, the origin of it. But you have to keep in mind, from this root came all of the organizations that we have today that entertain us and fill us with propaganda day in and day out, so-called news. You know, news, N-E-W-S, is supposed to be north, east, west, and south. Four winds. All right, now, we all know of the papyrus paper, papyri. We learned that one of the first material to write on is the papyrus, you know, scrolls. You know, it comes from this plant here, the papyrus plant, which is said to be of the family of the reed plants. Now, I want you to hear this, good family. I'm going to show you how subliminal messages work. Simple. Now, papyrus. I think we all could pick up that the word paper, this is the first paper, the word paper comes from papyrus. And interestingly, the papyrus plant is a member of the reed family of plants. That's interesting, because now if you notice that when you get paper, whatever information is on the paper, you have to read the paper to get the information in your brain. So it's not by chance, I want you to hear me good, it's not by chance, it's not no mistake that the word paper does come from papyrus, like in Espanol is papel. The word papel, paper, it does come from papyrus, the reed plant. And the word reed, like reed, is related to that same word or the family of plants, reed, because those who do this, those who put the Henglish together, I call it Henglish, they understand how the left brain and the right brain works. Family, here in Antigua, that's why I'm in the Caribbean, Antigua, when we were younger going to school, they would force you to write with your right hand. That's why it's called a right hand. Words again, You see, words are swords, Words are swords. In the Bible, it says, Christ shall come with a two-edged sword in his mouth. That's what the Bible says. He shall come with a two-edged sword in his mouth to smite the wicked. Now the sword in his mouth is his words. If you look at the word sword, S-W-O-R-D, and you take the S from the beginning and put it at the end, you get the word words. Yeah, it's called etymology, the study of words. You understand? So the two-edged sword is the words that he is speaking. All right. So I'm just showing you, when you understand the science of words, we would be more even careful with the things that we say. All right, good. See, like how we call our children kids. Okay, I mean, yeah, and sometimes we even go as far as we calling them kiddies. Now, I think, you know, the symbol of the pagan is a goat. The symbol of the pagan is a goat. Now, again, a young goat is a kid. So if you have kiddies, as I would like to say then, if you're young and you're in love and you call it puppy love, so when you mature that puppy love and you get big, it's dog love. You know, it sounds cute as puppy love, but when it gets big, it's dog love. So as a little kid, and some of us will say, oh, it's just words, but I just explained the power of words, you know, the power of the things we utter. And I'm saying that if they're little kids, and that shows you that we are in a system that are growing them up to be, well, as I said, the goat is the symbol of the pagan. Now, I would like to say if you look at the word children, you see, if you notice, you have CHI, the chi, at the beginning of the word children. Now, the chi now, very, important to understand the power of the chi. And again, let me come back here in the Caribbean, because what I was saying a moment ago, they used to beat children for writing with their so-called left hand. And I say so-called left hand, because just the term alone shows you like left. So this is the left hand, the hand you left, and this is the right hand. Now, this is the right hand, and this is the wrong hand. This is the hand you write with, and this is the hand you left. Most people can't even kick a ball with their so-called left foot. And I'm telling you, that they train us to write with your right hand, as they call it. So we ask people now, are you right-handed or left-handed? What are you talking about? Go and ask the dog if it's left front-footed or it's right back-footed. Ask the bird if it's left wing or right wing. No, it's only us have that sort of vibes. Where did that come from? Somebody taught us to be like that. Because remember, you have two hemispheres of the brain. So when you kill one half of the body, you're destroying the next part of the brain. Remember, it's the right side, the left side of the goodie or the body is really the spiritual side. The left side, that's why you have the heart, most of the heart muscle on that side and all of that. And that connect with the right side of the brain. So some of us, we can hardly throw a ball with the left hand. It jump, flies up in the air, drop back down. So this is important, just showing you the sort of system we have as an education system. So I'm showing you now the chi. In Antigua or in the Caribbean, we would, I hope I'm not carrying you too far with this here, but we would call a tree, like a tree, T-R-E-E, tree, we would call it a chi. A chi, because we have a kind of dialect that we speak. It sounds different than when you talk the regular English. So anyway, we would say the chi, as children, even the old people would say, hey, speak better than that. And it's them we hear talking to. But anyway, the thing mystically, a tree actually has a lot of chi. We all know what chi is. The chi is your energy force, like the combined energy of your chakra. Your chakra is the petals of light, your force, your aura, your chi. Now, the tree has a lot of chi. That's why people just tell you go and hug the tree and all of that kind of stuff, because there's a strong connection with the tree. That's why when you go in the forest and the greenery, you can calm down. It's the energy of the tree or the chi. Now, a little baby that's born has a lot of chi, more than us, because they have not beaten out the chi out of the baby yet. You know how you beat out the chi out of the baby? As soon as the baby born, you give it some injection. It start already. Then you give it some funny food and out of a little bottle. And then you send it to these killing fields that start to tell it about Christopher Columbus and Mother Goose and all sorts of things. You are destroying the spirit of the chi. That's how they become kids. And I'm going to prove my point. If you notice, right, when you have young trees, little slips, you put them in what is known as a nursery. Now, if you notice, children, we carry them to a nursery. That's like one of the first, if you want to say, places of institutionalized learning, a nursery. Then now, after the nursery stage, you have the kindergarten. Now, I know the word is not spelled garden, it's spelled like garden, but that's not how it's pronounced garden. So I'm going with the flow. Now, when you take trees from the nursery, you're going to put them in the garden. So obviously, again, these people that craft these words, trust me, they always leave the paper trailing. They into that. It's like if they possessed by this secret message and leave the signs for the people to pick up, for those who are supposed to pick up. Then now, that is why I like to say our children are infant trees. You like infantry, infant trees. That's why when you're in front of the battle. Our children are the infant trees. They're in the front of the war. That's why they tend to get shot first. Now, if you understand that. As soon as they're born, they get shot, bam, bam, because they're infant trees. They're in the front of the war. And they get more than that kind of shot. Man, some of us, we put them in the little stroller and put a pacifier in their mouth and put them in front of the television, telling you all the lies through the vision. Okay, we're going to excel now, brothers. Now, this fella here, and I'm moving fast, but yeah, got to do it. So this fella here is Thomas Chippendale. He was born in 1810 in Otley in England. Okay. Now, Chippendale, I'm sure, you know, Killah Priest, you're an exquisite sort of person, so you have to know of Chippendale furniture. You know, top brand furniture internationally. You can just look at Chippendale furniture and see certain things that we were highlighting earlier. Now, Chippendale is a Freemason. He's a member of the craft. But he is highly respected because what he did, he exercised the Gothic, he exercised the Gothic tradition of building, but he did not do it in stone. He did it with wood. He's called a woodsman. A woodsman is a big title. Pinocchio's father, Geppetto, is a woodsman too. I don't know if we would get to that tonight. But anyway, but that's a fairy tale. This man here is a real human being. And he is revered for his works of expressing the craft, not in building, not in cathedrals, not in churches, but in furniture by using wood. All right. Now, I am saying, I know some people may jump out the windows, oh, this is Suda, but this is me saying this. I am saying that the cartoon characters known as Chippendale is what I consider a deification of Mr. Thomas Chippendale. Because you see, that's what we do. We keep people's name alive. We keep their character alive by putting them in cartoons, in stories, in legends, in fairy tales. A lot of these myths that we call myths is real people that have been turned into a myth. All right. Now, when you read your Bible, it speaks, well, not really the Bible itself, but when you understand the language of the Bible, there's an individual in the Bible known as Thomas Didymus. He's called Thomas Didymus in the Bible. Thomas and Didymus, both of these words actually mean twin. Thomas Didymus, twin. Okay. Of course, you know, Chippendale are brothers and twins. Good. Now, the man here, this fella here, his name is Thomas Chippendale. That's his name. Thomas Chippendale. The outstanding characteristic of him, pardon me, is that he builds in wood. Chippendale, as you can see, they live in trees. Wood again. And don't take the acorn simple. I didn't have any slides up with the acorn, but the acorn, if you notice, there are a lot of state flags in the United States that have the acorn as its symbol. If you take the time, just look at it. The acorn is a very serious symbolic, Freemasonic symbol, I should say. It's similar to the pine cone representing the pineal gland. So you see this, the acorn and the pine cone on a lot of people's fences, concrete fences, at least around here, and again in certain flags. So again, and even on Mr. Chippendale's design, he would use the pine cone and the acorn. So I am saying that Chippendale, the cartoon character, has been used in some way to deify or to keep the name alive of Thomas Chippendale. Because nobody can tell me when you hear Chippendale, you don't think about Chip and Dale. All right. Now, Robert the Bruce, I am saying that Robert the Bruce is Batman. Okay, want me to explain?
He's what? He's Batman?
Robert the Bruce is Batman.
Is that where he gets the Bruce Wayne?
But it's deeper than that. Let me show you how it goes. Now, okay, as I said earlier, you see, Robert the Bruce, the reason why he is deified as superhero number one The Batman tougher than Superman, but next other conversation. Why he is deified as superhero number one is because of what he did. You have to understand. That's why I went to the history. Remember, he saved the Knights of the Templars when they were running for their skin.
Okay.
They were hidden in the Bruce Cave. You can look it up. The Bruce Cave. Now, his name is Robert the Bruce. Of course, you know, it's Batman and Robin. Robin and Bruce, Robert the Bruce. Now, if you study this good, Mr. Bruce Wayne, as you mentioned him, and yeah, Robert the Bruce is the King of Scotland. Batman overlooks Gotham. Now again, another word that's not spelled like how it sounds, but I'm working with how it sounds. It may look like Gotham, but it's Gotham. That's what we call it. I'm saying that Gotham is Scotland, the Gothic city. The Gothic city, Gotham, for story purposes, becomes Gotham. Gothic, Scotland, Gotham, ruled by Robin and Bruce, or Robert the Bruce, or Batman and Robin from the Bruce Cave, from the Bat Cave.
Yeah,
he has been deified.
Everyone thought it was New York.
Pardon me?
Everyone thought it was supposed to be like New York.
Yeah, New York is New Amsterdam. I mean, you see, listen.
Chicago also.
Yeah.
I didn't know that part there with the Chicago. But you see, but then again, as I said, you know, it's all about the message. Because I didn't put this in this slide, but I can tell you that Batman represents Hulk too. And that's a deep reasoning. That goes deep, deep, deep. Remember, Hulk. What's Hulk's name again?
Bruce
Robert
Banner.
Bruce Banner. No, but his full name is Robert Bruce Banner. So the fact that his name is Robert and Bruce, that alone, I'm not saying that's why I came to the conclusion. I can explain it, but I don't want to go there. That alone will take a while. But I'm just showing you the fact that his name is Robert and Bruce. It makes you stop. So let me examine this more. Pardon me?
It's not David Banner? Bruce Banner.
Yeah, it's Bruce Banner. David Banner is a rapper.
Yeah, David Banner is the rapper. Yeah. I like that. You're deep in your craft, my brother. You know. But anyway, we'll see if we come back to that. Yeah, Bruce's name is Robert Bruce Banner. Yeah. You know, because you see, it has a lot to do with psychology. Let me show you something quick.
Also, I'm sorry. The father of Bruce Banner is David Banner. But you still are correct, Priest.
See, and his mother, I think it's Martha Banner. Is that correct?
I don't know about that one. Maybe.
Yeah, biblical names, and it's some weird things, because Batman, remember, he saw his mother and father die in front of him,
Yeah.
All the Robins, there were 3 different Robins, and they all saw their parents die in front of them. One of them, the main Robin, saw he was an acrobat. His parents are acrobats. That's why he could do all of that stuff. Yeah. And he saw them flipping in the air, and they just dropped down dead in front of him. What's his name? The same Hulk, Bruce Banner.
Yeah.
I think his father killed his mother, and he killed his father at his mother's grave. So it's a lot of psychological. That's why you have different Hulks in it. It's not one Hulk. You have a gray Hulk and 2 different green Hulks. The thing is well laced, but it may look simple to us, like it's just a story, and hey, funny, and that is playing psychologically with your mind. Remember, all of this comes from the Kabbalah. That's why I started there. You know, that's why I showed you who got it in their hands. That's why I showed you the nation they built. They ran underground, but they're still around. And they run all of these different things here, from the entertainment system to the educational system. And as I said, education. And let me just drop some of these nursery crimes on you quick so you could see how serious this is. In the Caribbean, there's this nursery crime we have called Goosey Gander. I don't know if you know of that one, but it's sick. Goosey, no, before I go to Goosey, let me do one that everybody knows. Rockabye Baby on the Treetop. Just think about this. All you have to do is just penetrate this alone, and you can see something's wrong. Rockabye Baby on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. when the bow breaks, I think the word bow is what goes over our head. Bow means branch, right? When the bow breaks, the cradle will fall and down will come baby cradle and all. And this is not a horror film, you know. This is a song that you sing to your little child while you're trying to hear this, trying to put it to sleep. Wow. But I'm telling you, that's evil. The person that sat down and thought about that, wow, got to be one of them wicked, let me watch my language here. One of these wicked people, let's put it that way. So, and I was saying, goosey gander. Again, I know some people in the audience wouldn't know that. And goosey gander is one person. That's one person. Goosey gander. Now, goose and a gander is two different sexes in a man. Goosey gander, where shall I wander? That's what the nursery crime says. Where shall I wander? So, Mr. Goosey gander, not too sure where to go. Where shall I wander? Upstairs or downstairs in a lady's chamber? This is how it goes. And we used to sing that in school and all of these different things. And it's obvious that that is sending some subliminal messages of homosexuality. All right, let me just move on here. This is the great god Mithra. This is one of the main, what they call paganic, one of the 16 crucified saviors, Mithra, the god Mithra, who destroys, the only one that can destroy, Ahura Mazda is the only one that can destroy Mithra. But anyway, just to go through this quickly, and I'm going to stay too long. If you notice the hat that Mithra and his followers wear, Mithra, see him here killing the bull, is a very similar hat to what the Smurfs them does be rocking. You check it? Mithra and this.
Same hat.
Same hat. And the Smurfs is mystic. It takes 7 Smurfs to make gold. Eh? Anyway, not staying too long. You can see CBS. You see the eye here that we were talking about earlier. Eye in America. We are watching you. That's what they tell you. Eh? Yeah. Now, we used to think it's a joke. Now, every computer have a monitor. So who is monitoring? I mean, they tell us these things straight in front of your eyes. Eh? You could cover your camera all you want. Yeah, man, these things monitoring you. All right. Say that one.
You see, that is BS.
BS. Oh my, I tell you, well, it's your show.
See the bullshit.
All right. Yeah, well, as I said, your show.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I'm just going to run through this. I don't want to say too much because I'm telling you, on my channel, when I go into these subjects, they take down the video and all sorts of things. All right. We don't know the Greek understanding of things. I think this is Zeus and his son are one of them seen here. So you already see what's going on. I don't need to add nothing to it. Now, this ain't no different. Eh? This may look simple. Here's the key question. I'm going to show you a few little things here that just, you know, fireworks. Now, the question I always ask, why does Winnie the Pooh wear a shirt and doesn't have on a pants?
Oh, the artists were lazy.
That's a good one. I like that. That's a real good answer. And you were sharp with that, eh? Yeah, man, I like that. I like that. You would think we rehearsed that a while ago. All right, good. I really do. Trust me, because it's years asking that, and people just laugh, but you had an answer. Okay, now, and of course, you know, a person may look and say, "Oh, come on, man, it's just a kid's cartoon," and you know, and yeah, you know. Okay, but these cartoons very dangerous. Eh? South Park dangerous, and it's a cartoon. Yeah, what else? I have some real dangerous cartoons.
Pooh actually means prostitute.
Yeah, you see? And now Pooh now, well, we're gonna get to that. Let me start from the beginning. Now, all right. So it's a little cuddly teddy bear. So, okay, so why put on a shirt then? Why? There's a message going on here. It's like the Pink Panther. A panther is a black cat in it. Just to say Pink Panther alone is like a misnomer. And all the Pink Panther has on is a tie. You don't think some message is going on there. Now, watch me good. Winnie the Pooh and his friend Piglet. Now, if you didn't know better, you'd swear Piglet is a sheep. Now, it's a he, and Piglet obviously has on a female bathing suit. Listen, I watching them things long time. All when they use the way the funny costume, I watching them things long time. It's a female bathing suit Piglet has on, and Piglet eats strictly acorns. I don't know if you follow the story. Same acorn again. Piglet, a pig, strictly acorns. Now she or not he, but if you hear Piglet talk, it's like, hey, help you. You know, that's the impression you get. Yeah. Now Winnie the Pooh. Now there's only one Winnie I know. Well, let me put it this way. I don't know no Winnie. I know a couple of Winnies, yeah, but I don't know no Winnie. That's a man. None. I don't know if you know any. And if anybody out there is a man and the name Winnie, no offense. I do not know any Winnie. That's a man.
I just know Winnie Cooper from the Wonder Years. Remember that show?
Not really, but I humble my, that's why I put it out and say I don't know.
Yeah.
But I still feel. Well, yeah, Winnie Mandela, to be honest, sometimes I wonder if somehow they're trying to, you know, disrespect our mother. But I haven't found no proof of that yet. Now, as my daughter just said, Pooh is a term that is used for prostitute in Espanol. I think the full term is putos or puntos, something of the sort.
It's a puta.
A puta. Oh my. A puta.
Yeah.
Now, if you notice, the 100-Acre Woods, the name of the show was Meet Me at Pooh Corner, Pooh's Corner. Winnie the Pooh, something like that, Pooh's Corner. Now, where do you meet prostitutes? On the corner. So you're meeting this puta on the corner who has on a shirt and no pants by the name of Winnie, supposed to be a he, and his best friend wears a female bathing suit. What am I supposed to get from this?
Subliminal.
Goosey gander. All right. Now this.
Oh, wow.
Well, there you go. That is as if I don't have to say anything. You understand? And what stands out about this here, as I said, this is tried and proven. It's not like if I'm just researching this now. We grew up looking at this. And I can clearly remember when nobody could see Snuffleupagus. Nobody. From it sounds like somebody coming, Maria or Bob or any of them fellas there. Snuffleupagus would run out the back door. You see him rolling his big bottom going out straight up. That's how they portray. An old bird would be saying, Snuffy, where you going? And the bird is very suspect, because this is a male bird that lives in a nest. It looks simple. You see, science is deep, Now, is it the frigate bird, the male bird that lives staying in a nest? What I'm saying, right? There's a bird we call the frigate bird, also known as the man of war bird. And I think that the male bird for that species there actually tends to stay in the nest and guard the egg. So you have few birds that do that. Don't get me wrong. All animals are not the same. But the point is, in general, male birds don't necessarily live in nests. They build a nest, and it's the female bird that usually is in the nest, no matter how much they draw it on the carpet. In reality, you study birds. So now, remember, we're dealing with subliminal messages, undertone messages. When did Snuffleupagus become accepted? The same time when the gay rights became accepted. Around the same time that they had the 500,000 of them that marched on Washington is around the same time that this became accepted. And I'm sure many of you started following the Walt Disney stuff lately. So it's not as if I'm just talking out my head. I'm sure many of you have seen, the reports of some of the executives of Walt Disney that saying they're gonna do their best to put as much queer people in their shows. It's not me saying that's what's going on. It's all on the news. Good. All right. Now this is another one. This is back of the barnyard. Now this fella here is supposed to be, this is Otis. This is supposed to be a bull. You have a cattle, a bull and cows. Now it's obvious that he has some cow parts, but he's a bull. So it's one of two things. It's either he's a he that had a sex change, or it's a she that took some hormone pills. You got to, this is exactly what's happening here. It's just, you got to figure out which way you're going with this. And this is a very popular cartoon today.
That's right.
That is hitting our children. Oh, yesteryear. Now tell me. Now tell me. Oh my. Tell me.
That's crazy.
This is, I wouldn't say too much about Bugs Funny, but I mean, this is just due. Now, to a next level. Gemini, the constellation.
Mm-hmm.
Gemini is a male and a female. See them here? That's the man, which represents Shu, and that's the woman. See, she have her hips here, and that represents Tefnut. In June, the 21st of June, summer solstice, when it's in the prime of the Pisces age, the sun is right in between here, between the man and the woman. Now, when you look in the horoscope, as the priest would say, the horoscope. When you look at the horoscope, as I would say, see Gemini now, where the woman gone? Not even where the woman gone, where the man gone, because none of these two is either Shu nor Tefnut. They replace what's in the heavens, you know. What's in the heavens, you could clearly see is a man and a woman. They replace that with two little Greek boys, you know, hugging up. And this one is a nice picture. They usually have, one of them would have a whip. I don't know what, and they're usually naked. I don't know what they're doing with whips and naked. Two little boys, Cupid's brothers, you know. So that's to show you the mentality. It's not by chance that even in our religious perspective, the woman is totally absent. You understand? I know some of your people just coming in, you know, but we have come from far. I know some of the people just coming in the house, but we have come from far, you know. I know sometimes when we join a live, we just watch from where we are, and when it's done, we come off, but you need to go back to the beginning, family, to really soak in what we have touched here. I soon finish, brothers, not finished, I soon done, because finish now, finishes people from Finland. So I ain't soon finished, I'm African. Okay, now, this is Göbekli Tepe. This is in, what do you call it, Turkey. Now, this is one of the places that they consider a stargate. And I do dare say, even here in Antigua, I might get into that depending on the time, we have what is considered a natural stargate too, which is Greencastle Hill. But what's a stargate for those who do not know? That is an area where you would find portals. You know, so for example, they say that Iraq is a stargate. I know you, I mean, the kind of guests that you would have on this program. I know y'all go through that. You know,
I've heard that.
Certain parts of the world. That's why when George Bush II and them fellas attacked Iraq in that war there, they say they went for the museums first. You know, even before they go for the oil, they went for the museum first, so you could understand. So these places, and just to say a thing with Iraq, there's a scripture in the Bible, Revelation, that says the river Euphrates will be dried up, so the highway of the kings of the east shall be made clear. Now, the river Euphrates runs through Iraq, and I interpret that as saying that, you know, that's like a portal, the river dried up, so the kings of the east the highway of the kings of the east can be made clear, something of the sort. So, and Iraq is an area that is said to have portals. They have other places in South and Central America. Some people say the pyramid is a portal. Good. Now, you know, the Roadrunner and the Coyote is based in the Grand Canyon. Many people say that the Grand Canyon have portals. Now, I could have showed the video, but because of copyright vibes, I said, let me just show the picture. But everybody got to know what's going on here. You see, the fella had the paint in the corner. So he just painted this, So that when the Roadrunner run comes, I mean, he has done this dozens of times. I don't know what's wrong with him. He can't see it not working, man. the definition of insanity is keep doing the same thing over and over.
Yeah.
But anyway, he would paint what appears to be a tunnel. And then the Roadrunner would come and run through the tunnel and fly. And then he would look and say, hey, how he did that? And he would dress back and then run in all his speed. And then he'd run into the wall that he painted. Or some truck would come and lick him down. But what that is showing you is that there's a level to this where you can go through. Just like, the Stargates. They have false doors, but nobody ever saw anyone go through them. At least no one in our time that is expressing it. But ones believe that those were portals in the ancient times and even this time. I'm showing you that the cartoon of Roadrunner, to me, is expressing that in some way. It is a wall. We all saw the wall. And then he went and he painted this. He should have been an artist. Maybe make more money. But he painted this. And then the Roadrunner comes and runs through the painting. In the Grand Canyon. In the Grand Canyon, where portals are. And then he tries to run through the painting. And he can't get through. I am saying that all of that is showing you the reality of the Stargate. Now, on a next stage, I believe in Stargates, but I actually don't believe you touch the stone and your whole body go through some wormhole and you end up in the next galaxy. I honestly think it's a spiritual transition that you take to a next dimension, and that's just where I am. Wow, I wonder if I can go into this. This is going to take a... Okay. Snow White, eh? This is Snow White. Are you sure? Anybody have any discrepancy against that? Because this is not Snow White. Let me just, you seeing me good? I have a sign telling me I have a little disconnection. Okay.
You're good over here.
Okay. This is not Snow White. Yeah, man, that's Snow White, man. I went to watch this in the movies. I used to watch this when I was young. Me too, but that's not Snow White. What do you mean that's not Snow White? Okay. Now, most of us know, right, that Walt Disney's cartoons are not really original stories. I mean, he fixed them up in his original way, but they come from old-time European stories. Some of them is from the Brothers Grimm, and some of these other people, Anderson and these ones. So this is the story of Snow White and Rose Red. A lot of us who would have read the Snow White books know of Rose Red. If you just knew the movie for Walt Disney, you don't know about Rose Red. You just know about Snow White. Okay, if I was to ask you, which one of these two looks to you like Snow White? More than likely you would say her. Because, she has blonde hair, she has a white flower in her head. This one is the brunette and it has the red, she has the red rose. So she should be Red Rose. And the other one is Snow White. See it here? Snow White, Red Rose. Let me see if I have a next picture. Okay, Snow White, Red Rose. All right, good. Now, look at this again. Remember, Walt Disney did not invent Snow White. He came and met it like everybody else. Mm-hmm. And he took one of the characters and called her Snow White, but she don't look like Snow White to me. I mean, there must be a reason why he did this, because that is not Snow White. Snow White has blonde hair. Her twin sister has the brunette hair. Her twin sister is the one with the red book in her hair. But this is who has been passed to us as Snow White. That even if you don't understand why he did that, that alone shows you something going on. Now, I'm going to see how quickly I can run through this. How I interpret this. To me, this is high level of craft, deep level of craft here. Do you know, in the Bible, and this is some of the audience who may be Hebrew Israelites and, strong in the Bible. In the Bible, it talks about Jacob and Esau. Jacob and Esau are the children of who? Isaac. Isaac, yeah. How I forget that? What kind of thing is that? And anyway, that's funny. So if you notice now, it says now, they were twins and they were in the womb of their mother. And the Bible says, just to make it quick, one came out red and hairy and one came out regular. Now, I am saying, right, that story is a lot of mythology and a lot of science, deep science. Now, if you notice, the story says that when Jacob, when Isaac was getting old, he called for his son to bless him. He wanted to bless Esau, because Esau was the first birth child. Esau was the red one, and he was hairy. Listen to the story good. So he called for Esau, he wanted to bless him. Now, the mother of Esau heard Isaac talking to Esau and say, hey, listen, I'm going to bless you. I want you to go and bring some food for me. That means you had to go and kill an animal, a deer, and bring some food. All right. Now, when Esau went to go and kill the animal for his father, so when he come back, he get his blessing. His mother went to his brother. She's the mother of them both. They're twins, which is Jacob, and told Jacob, hey, your father is going to bless your brother. I want you to get the blessing. Me? Yes. This is what you're going to do. And she killed, I think it's 2 little goats, or a goat, one of the 2. And she took the skin of the goat, follow this, and sewed a coat for her son with the goat skin, according to the story. Dress him up as a goat. Take the meat from the goat and cook it in a stew and give him and say, go to your father and pretend to be your brother. So he went to his father, and his father touched him and felt the hairy skin and said, but you feel like Esau, but you sound like Jacob. That's what his father said. And he did lying to his father. No, man, it's me. Bless me quick. And then his father blessed him. And when the real one came back, the real Esau, he was upset. He said, but how you did that to me? He said, well, your brother came before you. You're too late. I tell you, you must stop wasting time. Okay, good. Now, you see that story there. To me, that is what is being portrayed here on a very scientific level. Now, what happens, right, is that the human being family, of course, we as human beings, we are made up of earth, wind, fire, and water. I'm not going to take too long with this point here. Just bear with me, please. Earth, wind, fire, and water. Now, the fire and the water aspect of it, if you notice, we're made up of 70% water, or 70 to 80. It's the same percentage of water that makes up the planet Earth. And the planet Earth's 70 to 80% water is seawater. You check it. 97% of the water on the planet is salt water. So salt water, follow me good, salt water is symbolic of the blood inside of us. Our 70% water is our blood. The 70% salt water is the blood of the earth. Remember, we and the planet are one. We are made up of the same elements, family. The earth, the wind, the water, and the fire. Planet Earth is made up of 4 elements: earth, water, fire, and air. In fact, there's more water on planet Earth than earth. It should be called planet water. That's why it's called the watery planet. Now, what I'm saying is that the seawater or the salt water is symbolic of your blood. That's why your blood has the same salinity as the seawater. That is true. Your blood has the same salinity in certain medical science. When people need blood, they have utilized seawater to infuse into the veins to revitalize the blood. I've read that in different medical journals. That's a fact. So that there's a commonality between the seawater and the blood. So that's showing you mystically.
It's the pH level, isn't it? Our bodies have the same pH level as ocean water.
Okay, well, I honestly can't even give you the detail, You know,
Yeah,
to say, well, yeah, but I'm sure you would be correct in that. So, but what I'm saying now, if you notice in the Bible, just to make it quickly, it will show you now that in Revelation, there are many cases where the fire left from heaven and it touched the water and the water turned to blood. Just quickly, the fire left from heaven, touched the water and the water turned to blood. That is just symbolic of when your spirit leaves the higher plane and you take a physical form and you become a red man. A red man means you are made of flesh and blood. Remember, we're all spiritual beings. We're spiritual beings. We're from a different plane. As you said, brethren, we are from stardust too. So I'm saying now that when the fire, which represents the spirit, when our mothers and fathers conceive, our spirit comes into our mother's womb as a fire and hits the water. That's why we're in a watery bath. And the water turned to blood. Remember, turning to blood is symbolic of a human being being formed, because we are blood people. The blood in our veins, in a sense, is made from the seawater, because we're made from the earth. You know, we are actually made from the earth. That's why our mother would eat earth food that really transforms into us. You know, we take from in her to make ourselves. When a person pass on, they don't just turn to dust, they leak out water and liquid and gas and so come out of them, because we are part of earth. This is very serious. So I'm just saying now, just quickly there, that when Jacob came to his father Isaac, and he was covered in the goat skin, to me, Jacob is symbolic of the Spirit of God. That's why he's called Jacob. That's symbolic of the Spirit. He put on goat skin is symbolic of him becoming a human being. That's why he put on the covering of his brother Esau, who is considered the red man. Remember, Esau is also called Edom. Edom means red. Adam means red. When Adam was kicked out of the Bible, it said that he put on skin. Now, that means we thought that, you know, he put on fig skin or he put on some animal skin. But I'm saying that, again, is symbolic. You have to see the Bible as a solar book. That is symbolic of the different levels coming from the higher spirit to this third dimension. So I am saying, as far-fetched as it may sound, that Snow White, because I can go deeper into this, but I can't draw out this conversation here. I am saying that what Walt Disney is doing here, as simple as it is, he is giving you that Jacob Esau story again. Because in these old-time Snow White stories, they always kill a goat. They always kill a goat and cover somebody with goat skin as well. If you read the Pinocchio story, Pinocchio was swallowed by a fish. Walt Disney changed that and said now Pinocchio is swallowed by a whale. And if you notice, even in religion, pastors would say, Jonah was swallowed by a whale. You know where that comes from? Is Walt Disney make that. The Bible never said Jonah was swallowed by a whale. The Bible said Jonah was swallowed by a fish. And the old Pinocchio story says Jonah was swallowed by a fish. Pinocchio is the same Adam, you know. The Jiminy Cricket, do you know Jiminy Cricket means Jesus Christ? Jiminy Cricket is also Kepra, because Jiminy Cricket now was a bug. Is Pinocchio in the old story carved this bug from some secret trees that Geppetto told him not to touch. Do you know Geppetto means Joseph, eh? Joseph, the father of Pinocchio, and Pinocchio wanted to be a real boy. So all of these stories are infused. You know, it's as simple as you see me speaking it here. There's so many things in my head, but because of the art of speaking, I can't even try to talk about them because it will just kind of prolong it and it go too far. But I'm saying that Snow White is inside a rose red, in the same way that Jacob was covered in the flesh of Esau. Jacob is the Spirit of God, and he was covered in the flesh of Esau. We are all of us are Jacob. All of us, we are the Spirit of God. And in this form here, we are Esau. We have put on the flesh. We have put on the red man's clothes. So that's why Jacob put on the skin before he came to Isaac. And if you study Islam, although Esau is E-S-A-U, Esau, but the name of Christ in Islam is Isa. And Isa is just that. It's the Spirit of God in a fleshly form, Isa. So it's some deep, deep, deep science, my brothers. And, you know, some deep, deep science. Now, as I promised, I'm just going to take a little, what they call break. And as I promised, I wanted the Honorable Empress Naya to come in and give us just a quick rendition as it relates to the international homeschool program that we do. Because you see, all what I'm going through here, it's obvious that this has played a serious or had a serious toll
and
on
also,
the mind. Yes, go ahead, King. Please do, please do.
yes, and also, AD, we have Crumb. We have Crumb who want to add on to the bill too.
Yep, I got him on camera already.
True, my lord.
Right.
Well, as I said, it's up to you, eh? You the star of the show. You run the show.
I just wanted to add that Jiminy Cricket also has a JC as the initials.
Exactly.
Just as Julius Caesar had JC. And it's funny when people don't want to say Jesus Christ when they're cursing, they'll say Jiminy Cricket.
You exactly.
Not realizing they're saying the same thing. And in the movie, he says, always let your conscience be your guide.
Always let your conscience be your guide. Exactly.
Interesting.
You know, very much so. I mean, we can go into all these different cartoons and the way that they set up, and even Peter Pan and, you know, even the Flintstones. Don't take the Flintstones simple. The Flintstones has a very serious message behind of it. As it relates to, you know, we being ancient people and having such modernity amongst us, because Flintstones are modern people. They have everything. They have vacuum cleaners, they have satellites, they have washing machine. This is the Flintstone, but they're in the Stone Age. But what they've done, they have utilized nature. Although it looks a bit crude in the cartoon, having the elephant pumping gas out. But the point is trying to show you is that they have utilized nature and they're living in a high, you know, civilization. So they're modern day cavemen then. That's how they look, you know. And to me, they have an Olmec touch to them. Just the way that especially Fred Flintstone is structured, he has a very strong Olmec touch to him.
Do you know that the Flintstones, right? The answer to Flintstones were the Jetsons, because it was made by the same person. And the Jetsons were actually the Flintstones in the future. Flintstones was of the past, and the Jetsons was in the future.
Yep.
And the same type of the robot.
Sticking a bit.
You know, became the maid in the robot.
Oh wow.
Always on my end.
It's funny how much they try to hide science and things in these things, because I remember Snow White being something of a alchemical process with the red, white, and black. As they turned lead into gold, it had to go through those 3 stages of to be blackened and then reddened and then white. And then the 7 dwarfs would be like the 7 layers of consciousness, just as we have the our chakras and the purification process to go through the 7
slides.
But yeah, there's that alchemical connection with Snow White, which was interesting.
Were the dwarfs something like the Smurfs?
I don't think so. I'm gonna say no, because they really wanted to point out the 7. So I feel like they're using the 7 layers.
They had similar, because you had Hefty Smurf, then you had Brainy Smurf. So involved with the Smurfs, you had a certain Smurf that had a particular skill set.
Was there any numbers of Smurfs? Were there like?
No, it was a lot of them.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Because anytime they have numbers, I know it's something going on there. All right, so we've got. I think we lost.
Okay, I'm here. Bless it. Give thanks.
Hey, how are you? Are you gonna start a video, or are you gonna?
Yeah, I am actually. I think both Priest Isaac and we just dropped given the fact that we're like on the island together, something is happening with the signal. So I don't know if you can hear me.
Okay, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. So yeah, let me first give thanks. I'm very grateful and privileged to be in this this discussion, and yeah, let's share screens before I get into.
Yeah, I've got it all set. Go ahead and share your screen.
All right. Okay.
Yes, give time.
There you go. Boom.
Yeah, the internet around here is not the best in the island sometimes. You gotta forgive us. It says 5G, but I wonder if it's energy at all.
Yeah, let's pause this here. All right. So
The Honorable Empress is the Dean of our homeschool program at the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. You know, we actually offer African history, astronomy, as well as biology. Go ahead, Empress, pardon me.
Nice.
That was a beautiful presentation there. Okay. So yeah, again, give thanks for having me here. You don't mind, I may keep the camera off. But yeah, so just to build with what Priest Isaac was saying, we have, well, I am the Dean of online homeschool program, and I just wanted to share that presentation with in conjunction with what Priest Isaac needs to say. All right.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, is that it on screen share?
Yeah, I think I stopped the sharing the screen.
You can go ahead and Empress. Just go ahead and explain everything to them one time. Just go through,
Okay.
let's go through.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
The time move into it.
okay, so the homeschool classes we have is really pretty much for children K through 12, but sometimes we have adults enrolled in it as well. I'm the dean, and the courses are astronomy, African heritage, and biology. So just follow the information that Priest Isaac shared. Is an important element and tool to have within pretty much the whole scope of what was just shared today. And I'm so honored and privileged to be sharing that information with you once again. So, all right, blessed love and Rastafari.
Give thanks, blessed Lord. Yes, family, the thing is, you know, although the Honorable Empress might be a bit humble within herself, but you know, within, as you know, I'm certified within the field of archaeoastronomy. So it's not as if we're just playing with people or anything. I'm actually certified Honorable Empress Naya. She has her, she's certified in several fields. She's a certified international doula, directly dealing with natural childbirth. She's a certified yogi. She has her bachelor degree in, this is from Howard University now. She's an,
yeah, I'll take it from there. But I have a master's in from Howard, and then the bachelor's is in English. But you were correct with the others.
Right.
I know you get a little confused with the other one.
Right. But yeah, I does get them mixed up at times. So really what I'm saying, you know, family, what we have created, as I said, we actually offer these specific subject areas that we ourselves are certified in. Of course, you know, astronomy is really one of my pet subjects, if you want to call it that. And the reason why African history and heritage is so important, you know, family. A lot of people don't understand it, but from my point of view, a lot of the ailments and sickness and mental diseases that we have amongst our children today, if they understood where they were from, the Afrocentricity, you'd be surprised how all of these things eventually would just recede to the background, you know, and this can be proven. Because even when you read the book, The Wretched of the Earth, this was written by Frantz Fanon. Frantz Fanon says, right, that in the voodoo tradition, if an individual would look at his brother's wife in a way that he should not look at his brother's wife, then that same individual, without anyone, you know, judging him or telling him what he did wrong, he would find somehow within himself and say, hey, man, I wronged my brother, you know. But he didn't do anything to her, you know. He just thought about it in his mind, and somehow he would go on a recompense for his sin. I'm not saying that. That's what Frantz Fanon said in his book. And it's not hard to believe, because we are a people that we didn't have any word for jail. We didn't have any word for old people home. You know, we didn't have any word for homosexuality. This is why on this, the chart here, Ma'at's divine principles, we have things like we never stole, we never lied, and people don't understand what you mean by that. But it means that we were so clean that when we saw people lying, we were saying, but wait, what are they doing? Well, they're lying. Oh, we never lied. We don't know what that is about. When we saw people stealing, we said, what are they doing? Well, that's stealing. And we said, but wait, we never did that. We don't know what that is about. So, and now, so when you hear thou shalt not steal, that is for people that's stealing, that somebody have to come and correct them from stealing. So I'm saying all of that to show you, family, when a young mind learns of their glory, not just that they built pyramids and all of that, of course they learn that too, but when they understand psychologically the levels of morality and culture that they had as a people, man, the little child would have a strong appreciation for their Afrocentricity. And that's one of the reasons you see us push our international homeschool program all over the world. As the Empress said, we have big people that are on it as well. You know, in fact, my brother, anyone from your audience, you know, if they contact us, we could give them a free preview of the specifically. Let me just show this quickly. This is the information. This is the website. This is the Gmail, and this is the phone number you could call or WhatsApp. And what we would do, we can give you a free preview of the homeschool classes, so you have a good idea. Make your children watch it with you. See how they react to it. You understand? Because we have to take our generation back. Eh? Now, let me say, our homeschool program is not specifically a substitute for the educational system that was started by the Rockefellers. Remember, this educational system was designed to teach caterpillars that they're worms. Eh? So they're not supposed to spring no butterfly wings, none of that. They're supposed to stick as worms, right? But this our homeschool program is more like supplementary. It gives you what you're not getting in the school. You know you're not getting no African history and heritage. The only astronomy you're getting is Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Stars. And biology is for big people that go into college. That's it. We teach biology to little children, 3-year-old, 4-year-old. You'll be surprised how they react and how they send in their assignments, and you know, and they know the whole skeletal system, the circulatory system as a little baby. Yeah, man, we have to take the education about children into our own hands. Blessed love. So yes, the family can contact us. So I don't have to take too much of your time explaining this. They could contact us and we could talk to them from there. The number below is also WhatsApp. Thank you very much, my brother.
That's it. Thanks.
Yes, Empress, give thanks. Still.
Nice. And the link to that website is in the description for everybody at home.
So you want me to stop sharing and Brother Crumb's coming, or you want me to just seal up? It's up to you.
Priest, where you at?
Good. Crumb, just want to add on. Is Crumb there?
Yeah, he's right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Dopamine.
You want me to stop sharing?
If you have more to share, you can show it.
Well, I have, but I'll wait till the king finish reason, and I'm trying to stop sharing. Yeah, I'll wait till the king finish reason, and then I'll get back.
Okay. Go ahead, Crumb.
Yeah.
Super dope information. Oh my God, he was really. I was so much I didn't know. So much I didn't know. Very, very wise. The cartoon thing, I'm very deep into that as well. I actually had two PowerPoints where I really went deep into just looking into the whole thing. I had one where I was looking into Thundercats because there was a lot of stuff behind that. I'm not sure if anybody remembers that. You got to be a certain age to maybe know what I'm talking about. And then there was another one with cartoons in general, where there was just so much overt or maybe covert racism in them. So for me, I had looked through a lot of those things as well. So when I was listening to the brother going deep into it, it really resonated with me because Hollywood, a lot of truth is said in jest. They can't just come out and tell you due to public panic, but because of certain universal laws they have to adhere to, they have to tell you, in some way, shape, form, or fashion. And I can see where he tapped into that. And in terms of the Bible as well, he blew my mind with the red part. I've studied that Genesis story 100 times over and never caught that part once before. So based off
honestly, I didn't even go that deep in it.
Yes, very impressive. I'm with you 100%.
Well, give thanks, especially. I appreciate love that, as we would say, especially coming from the eyes still, I know you're a controversial figure even among certain races too, but give thanks for your strength. Give thanks. I really appreciate love, man. Yeah, man. Well, let me just see if I could. And to be honest, that thing with the red and the red and white, I didn't even really. I kind of rushed it off, honestly, because especially when you're a speaker, you're very conscious of time. You're conscious of your audience. Sometimes, you just want to flow.
But on the craft, flow, man. You got to flow on the craft.
Yeah. I don't want to be like, yeah. Okay, just quickly here. The reason why I stopped where I stopped and brought in the Empress there is because, and the Empress just, listen, I there's so many things I'm doing. The Empress just sent me a link a moment ago, and you'd have to contact her. She's saying that there's a special discount she'd like to give to the people that are in your audience, as far as the homeschool for those who are interested. So they'll have to contact her to get that straightened out. I saw the message, Empress, but you don't know, reading and doing so many different things. But anyway, Alice in Wonderland. Where's my chalice? See my chalice here.
Hey, what you got in there?
Hey, one thing going in the chalice, eh?
Hey,
Cannabis sativa.
Nice.
Nothing else. No tobacco. None of these things here. Now, you see a chalice here? Now I know somebody can say, oh, come on, Rasta, I was following you all the time, but now you're going too far. That one is just kind of telling me this. Okay. Now, all right. I mean, it looks like it's going to pass for a pot. Anybody that knows a chalice, see that it's a chalice. But, tell you what, let us examine the rest of the movie and then see if this is a credible suggestion. Now, Alice in Wonderland has a lot to do with the psychedelics. That's without a doubt. Going to the rabbit hole and eating this and getting big. Oh, and one thing I didn't even highlight with even this Snow White, you know. You see the mushroom on her shoulders, right? Because the mushroom is very important. Of course, I think we all know the mushroom is one of them psychedelic or hallucinogen material that people use. Okay, so that's why she eats the mushroom in the movie, and she gets big and she gets small. In fact, when she was in the rabbit's house, she got big in his house, and his house was a mushroom. And then she got big in a tree as well. Okay, all right. Yeah. Now, kind of go a little far there. Let me get back to the
Almost like
you know, Popeye. I'm getting back to Alice in Wonderland, but you know, Popeye tend to eat his spinach through his pipe sometime. And Popeye also is a kind of Christ figure. Now, look at Popeye's hand. You notice he has an ankh on his hand. Is that always an anchor? Sometimes the man will dry him with an ankh. Popeye with his one eye too. One eye, Popeye, one eye, and the one eye is symbolic as well. Even Christ in the Bible says, it's better that thou art one eye. I find it interesting that Popeye is a sailor too, which is, again, an next trait of the Christ in the Bible. But it's not just the Christ in the Bible. God figures usually come with ships and boats and all of that. It's a deep thing. Even Marcus Garvey come with his ships. You see the Jonah on his ship. When the Jonah was thrown over the ship, Noah and the ship, or Noah and the ark. And if you look at Jonah, if you take the J from Jonah, the letters that remain are the same letters in Noah's name. And the story is similar. They both went into a deluge and a ship. Because it's just, you know, similarity. So Popeye with the ship and Sailor Man and his one eye and sucking his spinach through his pipe, don't make them fool you. And his wife is Olive too, olive oil, Olive. And Christ would go to the hills of Olive for his comfort. So for sure, just to say quickly, getting back to Alice, we can see that the herb has been used from ancient times. Thought, Tahuti, you know, the god of wisdom, his wife is said to be Shishat. Sometimes she's seen inside of a tree, and sometimes she see, this is her symbol here, the seven-fingered leaf above her head. Some say it's marijuana, some say it's not, but those who say it's not too sure what it is, but you know, it's the cannabis sativa. Then you have the books of Confucius, the books of Odes of Confucius speaks about the marijuana. You have Vishnu here drinking some Bang Lassi, which is a mixture made with the cannabis as well. Just running through that just to show people that the cannabis is not this plant that nobody knew about. It's very, very vital to the earth. It's the ayahuasca brew. All right. Now, kind of running through that, obviously. This is Alice in Wonderland. There's a song when she was amongst the flowers. She was singing and she said, the song goes on.
You can learn a lot of things from the flowers.
You can learn a lot of things from the flowers, especially in the month of June. Now, when she was with these flowers, one of the flowers told her, "You're not a flower." To put it bluntly, that's how you say it, right?
Yes.
To put it bluntly, you know what a blunt is, right? This is what the flower told Alice. To put it bluntly, you look like a weed. All right. Now, I'm saying that in the movie, caterpillar is smoker number one. And the caterpillar keeps asking her, who are you? You know, it's like a declaration, like man know thyself. He keep asking her, who are you? Okay, so he's a smoker. Walrus as well. He's a smoker with his cigar in his mouth. Mr. Dodo, he's a smoker as well. His peer smokers in this. See, the whole Mad Hatter, even though you don't see them smoking nothing. The Mad Hatter, the March here, and the Cheshire cat. You may not see them smoking, but you can't tell me that the cat not smoking something. You understand? So look at all the teapots smoking. So smoking is a big part of the Alice in Wonderland story. So to me, it's not a mistake why you see this. And if you watch the movie good, you see this frame here. This is a frame. I know the Killah is an artist. This is a frame, right? If you get this frame like a half a second, when you see the pot come off, because she's coming down a tunnel here, and this is the only part of her descent that she's actually comfortable. As soon as this comes off of the screen, she goes forward and falls down. It's just so mystic, you know. But I'm showing you now that let me get to it. Yes, bam, bam. Okay, yeah. That was it. Yeah. So I'm showing you that the movie itself has a lot to do with the psychedelics, has a lot to do with the whole aspect of the mind. So that itself, you know, is also, that's the ayahuasca brew. Never tried the ayahuasca, but I
that could be the tea.
Oh, it's the tea. Okay.
Right?
As I said, I never.
They have a tea ceremony. They could have some mushroom tea in there or something. We don't know what kind of tea that is, but that Mad Hatter is gone mad.
Oh, okay. Them feelings you're talking about. Right. So basically, you know, family. I wouldn't even take too much more. It's so much I could still say. I think we all have an idea of a lot of similarities, you know, even in the ancient time and Islam and these things. This is the same thing going on here, same thing going on here, same thing going on there as well. Oh yes, even this represents the black hole. You know, the natural black hole, you see the spiral going around, it looks just like a black hole. But family, I'm gonna leave the presentation for the time. And you can continue to build or whatever else you want to do. And if you push it, I can jump on and make something and clean it up.
Yeah, let's build, man. Let's build. Yo, what do Crumb had something to add on?
Yeah.
Add on, brethren. Add on, and I'm gonna come in, and then we could pass this ball around. You know what I mean?
Go ahead, Crumb. You have the ball.
Okay, absolutely. Let me pull this back up. Where was I at? Yeah, I in the spirit of, you know, going deep into the to, you know, in a respect, what's codified inside of the cartoons, I wanted to see if I can just add value from the aspect that I was initially looking at. But I wanted to ask y'all, you know, which direction, what say ye? You know, are you more interested on the, you know, the racism side? Because, you know, my moniker is I am your favorite racist. Or, you know, is it Thundercats? What resonates with you, AD and KP?
I mean, we see the correlations. We see the occult symbolism. At the end of the day, I know many people will ask, okay, we see this. How can we use this knowledge? How can we apply what we are learning? Should we be more involved with theogens? Should we be encouraging more cannabis use? Should we be having more mushroom tea? Are they telling us that this is what they're using? I'm just trying to see like where the what kind of connection we can create from seeing all of these applications. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, 1,000,000%. I think for the most part, you know, I don't know if it's in the Bible or not. I don't want to misquote it, but it says, "Let all who have eyes see." A lot of people really don't know what's going on around them. And I think that's probably one of the most interesting things that I've noticed. You know, we just kind of live life, and, you know, we go with the, you know, we work till we're 65 or whatever the number is, and we kind of retire from there, and we just kind of make the best of it. It's not really anything other than that. When the reality is, the world that we live in is full of symbolism. And it was the movie. What was that movie called? I came here to chew bubblegum and kick butt, and I'm all out of bubblegum.
Yeah.
He had the glasses on, and then once he put the glasses on, it says obey, and it was like, oh, I didn't even realize they were trying to, you know,
They live. Oh, they live.
That's it. And you know, I think once we understand the world around us, you know, let all who have eyes see, let all who have ears hear, we can better navigate. But I think for a lot of us, the reality is, in terms of how do we use it, we have to acknowledge we're in the matrix. And I think for Neo, he couldn't really do anything. You know, I think the definition of power is the ability to manipulate the world around you in terms of understanding. A lot of people aren't able to navigate, you know, the Wizard of Oz or the Land of Oz, or, you know, the Wonderland that Alice was in, because they didn't understand what they were dealing with. They took things at face value. I think it was kind of like even in the movie Avatar, where he was just taking things at face value, and then old girl was like, "Oh, you're so stupid, Jake, you act like dummy, you act like baby, Jake." You know, because Jake, he had eyes but he couldn't see, he had ears but he couldn't hear. You know, within the world that we live in, it is a world of symbolism, and I think that may be the gift and the curse, is that, you know, we take these things at face value and we say, "Oh yeah, you know, it was a good movie." When reality it was, you know, you were supposed to gather something from it. In terms of our people, like, because we're talking about cartoons and movies and things, our historians were the griot, Griot, meaning they were storytellers. A lot of how we transfer our culture isn't necessarily through science, math, or what have you, but through storytelling. We have a rich oral tradition as a people, and griot is actually African as well, in addition to American. So, you know, just really taking back the culture, I think, is really going to set us on a path to where we can really go in a particular direction. If I had to compare it to anything, I would say even with the music, when we taught our children, it was A, B, C, D, E, because we know that I think it's 90 beats per minute or whatever. The metronome is hypnotic at a certain way. And these are the best way to teach our children through storytelling. And because they've taken charge of the stories, you know, we are really at a disadvantage, because that's what our culture in particular was based on. It wasn't just telling you, hey, don't, you know, be lazy and build a good house. It was the Three Little Pigs. So now, you know, you say, hey, Three Little Pigs, all right, it's a great story, without realizing that these stories have morals and they were ways to learn. When we're dealing with cartoons, even the ancient Egyptians or our ancestors in terms of Kemetic culture had this down to a science. Remember, when we anthropomorphize these principles, it was basically cartoons. Mm-hmm. The whole thing, well, there is no God with the body of a human and the head of a hawk. It's just a cartoon, family. There was never a dude who really had the head of a hawk. You know, it wasn't literal. This is actually poetic. Your cartoons, it's poetic. It's where we, you know, have a way with the words to where these things have a double meaning. My love is like a red, red rose, or my love is a red, red rose. When we say like, that's a simile or a metaphor. Oh, I'm sorry, that's a metaphor. When we say it is, it's a simile. So when we're looking at the cartoons and things like that, it's really a teaching mechanism to help us understand complex concepts.
And I was sorry to interrupt, but I was going to say, many would say the Bible works the exact same way. To where you have these stories, but it's actually a science.
It's allegorical. Remember, how did Jesus teach you? He didn't go through the math. He didn't go through the science. He went through parable. Yep. He told a story. And then I remember after he fed the multitude. No, I'm sorry. He taught the multitude. He ministered unto the multitude. And then everybody got hungry. He did the 2 fish, 5 loaves of bread, what have you. And then after that, the apostles I'm sorry. They were disciples. Then the disciples, they pulled Jesus to the side. Hey, Jesus, what was you talking about when you told that story? Okay, all right. Don't throw your seed onto the rocks because your seed can't grow. Don't throw your seed over there because it'll get ate up by the birds. Throw your seed on the fertile land, and it really means teach the children or whoever is ready to receive the message. So he told a story. It's just like in the cartoons, and I know a lot of people, cartoons, why is this important? Because these are critical learning mechanisms. And I think our people really play down these things, even though we're frustrated with the baby. How come Jonathan and Jerome and Man and Kiki can't learn science, but they can learn every rap song? Because our people learn through mechanisms other than the traditional sit down and write it out 1,000 times. All right, fine, but can we go back to the A, B, C, D, which was really twinkle, twinkle. They just refashioned it for educational purposes. Just like with the Foo Fighters. The way that Europeans were teaching their children, the Foo Fighters, if you go look up Foo Fighter, it's not a band. Foo Fighters were the first name of the documented UFOs. They just were teaching through mechanisms that the children could easily receive. If you try to break down UFOs and Foo Fighters and World War II, the baby not going to resonate with that. But if you say Foo Fighters and now it's my favorite band, I'm a little more apt to pay attention. I mean, and for me, that's how, that's what Killah Priest represents for me. He was that educational, rhythmic learning. I wanted to learn, but the teachers were pissing me off. It just didn't resonate. And then, KP's in his high science, deep science, and I'm like, I think I was like maybe 16. And I'm going through adept chambers, listening to heavy mental versus I'm failing physics. But had they presented it in a way that KP presented it, I would have aced the test. And this is what we have to re-embody is these more natural ways of us to learn. And what they did was manipulate that through the cartoons in a bad way with the one I had for racism, but they also did it in a good way to where, Avatar. Avatar was one of those, I'm sorry, The Last Airbender, not the blue people. My baby walking around here tapped into the goddamn chakras, the elements, just different aspects through the cartoons. Had I try to sit the baby down, all right, we're gonna learn about the chakras and this and this. Daddy on that woke-ish. But Avatar, Last Airbender. What's the other one with they be fighting each other with chakra energy and chi power? It's just one of these anime and it's really big. Dragon Ball Z was one of them.
Yeah.
The 7 Dragon Balls, the 7 chakras. We know the dragon represents wisdom. And the dragon was granting wishes. So you're wise and you're granting wishes. That's mean you're a genie and you're a genius. It was all a part of the greater learning mechanism. It wasn't just entertainment.
There you go. All the subliminals are out there. And like just by our ability to have critical thinking and go down this road of research is considered going down the rabbit hole. Just like Alice in Wonderland. This Podcraft is all of us in Alice in Wonderland. I also wanted to add how he was talking about how when Alice would eat something and get big, she would eat mushrooms and get big. How that also correlates to Super Mario. When you have the mushroom in Super Mario, you get big. Do you know what I mean? When you have the leaf, which could be the cannabis, you're flying. Now you're high because you're flying. If you get the star, that could be like cocaine. Now you're like da-da-da-da-da-da. You know what I'm saying? It's like all the drugs are in Super Mario just as much as they would be in like Alice in Wonderland. It's amazing.
It's true, man. You're raised up there.
Yeah, they all doing something in there. But it's just funny. Life can imitate art. Art imitate life. It's theogens.
Yeah, this one look heavy.
Yeah. You already got it. And then we could talk about the Amanita muscaria mushrooms and how that connects to Santa Claus and the mushroom.
Oh, you'd have to fill me in that one. Yeah, that connection sound deep.
That's also the cup of Christ, because those cups would invert and collect water, and then all the red from the mushroom would collect and look like blood, and that would be the blood of Christ, because you drink from that and you're talking to God.
Yeah, the actual pineal gland looks like a mushroom. And remember, the pineal gland is in the innermost center part of your brain, the darkest part of your brain. Mushrooms are plants that don't feed off sunlight; they feed off moonlight. They grow in the dark. They must be in a perfect dark, just like the pineal gland, which the mushroom represents. I have put in here, this is the gross anatomy of the brain. An up close look at the pineal gland reveals it bears an uncanny resemblance to that of a mushroom. Moreover, it shares the same chemical compound as the pineal gland, DMT. If you want, DMT is produced in the brain naturally in the pineal gland, as well as you can receive the same effects, medicinal effects from DMT when you do mushrooms. This is your connection to the brain in terms of the Super Mario Brothers, because they was really tapped in with the whole mushroom thing. Absolutely.
So we see a commonality with all of this with is Kundalini, to raise in our consciousness, to open the third eye, to dimethyltryptamine, to find our path to God consciousness. Because not only can it be achieved through these theogens, but through meditation, through doing things right. There's different paths, obviously. But if you really want to get there quick, the DMT is pretty fast. But cannabis is a route, mind-opening things. It seems to be the general theme, which is the caduceus, raising, whether you want to call it raising up the Kundalini or activating your chakras, opening your crown chakra, becoming king within yourself. The God's kingdom is within you, which was before the Bible. It's an ancient Egyptian proverb. The kingdom of heaven is inside you.
Another to add on to what y'all were saying, the reason why a lot of this stuff comes through cartoons is because they work on the children early. And they give them subliminal messages to implant them the misconception of life in general. It's just like giving candy, to start feeding for sweets, to open up the palate. So these candies are, because cartoons coincide with cereal. Cereal has a bunch of cartoons on it. If you look at it, and they all look towards the ground, the floor. So the cartoon, the actual cereal boxes, when you walk down the aisle, they're actually following the child. They're made with their eyes always down to look at the child that's walking down the aisle. That's why it's very important when they're breaking it down through these cartoons, because they want to snatch up us as youth.
Which could be a positive thing, because they're giving us messages that we're not going to get in school directly. We're not going to get in the church directly.
How's it positive when you don't know what you're looking at?
Because they're getting us through the inside, subliminal. We have to figure it out later.
The prize is in the box.
Yeah, but they're planting seeds. Search for. But that's something you have to search for. You have to look for that. They give you these subliminal messages because kind of like throw you off.
And then we come to the Killah Priest podcast and we figure out what it's all about.
Yeah, because we have the priests, we have the mystics, the casters decipher those things and break it down.
And that's awesome.
Yeah, we have master students and Priest Isaac.
I really like how Priest Isaac pointed out the Batman connection with Bruce. I didn't know about that. That was cool.
Yeah, man, heavy man, and remember, Spider-Man's wife is Mary Jane.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Nice.
So you can imagine what's going on under that mask.
Absolutely.
That's why he can climb up all these walls and yeah. And just the whole the spy thing is, you know, like the spiral, back to the spiral again. The spiral is a key thing, spider spiral and the web spy, because even when you, well, I mean, all respect to the mushroom and all those other things, but I'm definitely a Mary Jane man. And, you know, there's a science that goes into it, even when you observe it, how the so-called smoke, I know I say so-called, but that's the next story. You see it flows in a spiral form. So the spiral, it's a ritual, it's a spiral ritual. Spiral ritual is spiritual. You understand? Spiral ritual. And so that is one of the links. So here in the spy there, man, spiral, that his wife is Mary Jane.
And
that no coincidence.
That spiral connects to that golden ratio you were speaking of with the Fibonacci.
Exactly.
Goes back to
And
nature.
also, we are all on the web. You know what I mean? We all catch on the web the information.
The ether.
Bigger than what we think. Yeah, they got gigabytes. If you go to Giga, the Giga was a Sumerian, Gigi or Giga. Gigabyte. They make things real micro, and it implant the implant. So now we start to practice those things unaware.
Powers, man. Yes, exactly. Wow. Well, and the thing with the Popeye too, if you notice, the Popeye gets very strong when he's sucking that spinach. But you see, there's a lot of things too, you know. I wouldn't even have to go to no pictures, but those of us who grew up on Bozo the Clown and these ones too, do you know they have an African tribe called the Bozos, and they have a tribe in Uganda they call the Cookie.
Okay, Bozo the Clown, yeah.
And them fellas have, you know, cause the Bozos, just like the Dogons, because it's not the Dogons alone can see stars, you know, but it just so happened that, remember, we're people just kind of catching, we just waking up, we just reviving. So we learn about the Dogons that can see the star Sirius, but I mean, that wasn't limited to them alone. The Bozos, who were, they were river people, but they had a good connection, obviously, as fishermen and fisherfolk. They had a good connection with the stars and the movements of the heavens too. And the Cookie people, they're from Uganda. So when you see these fellas take Bozo and Cookie now and make them clowns, you know, so because when you hear Bozo, Bozo is synonymous with being a clown. And we, you know, a lot of things we say, we would even say, you know, mumbo jumbo. That's an African king, you know. Kong is an ancient African kingdom, King Kong, some gorilla. And so, you know, so within it, the subliminal message is hitting us from a long time. Hey, listen, they're wicked, eh? Remember when the Rwandan genocide was taking place, when the Hutus were coming down on the Tutsis, but we all understand why that happened. We know the origin of it. Don't mind the movie Hotel Rwanda. In Hotel Rwanda, there's a scene when the crate of machete dropped on the floor, and all the machete came out, and one of the fellas picked up the machete and said, "I think it's made in China." At first time I saw the movie, I said, "Yeah," because I knew the history. I said, "Yeah, man, try blame it on China. Then machete come from France." You know, but anyway, the point I was making is that, remember, that's one of the things that stand out about the Rwandan genocide is it wasn't by guns, it was machetes and cutlasses that brothers used on brothers and killed 800,000 of us within, I think it's like 1,000 days, not 1,000 days, 100 days, something like that. So it's like 8,000 a day, some sort of mathematics, but it's 800,000 of us died, almost 1 million. And most of them were Tutsis. And that's around the same time they came out with the commercial with the owl and the Tootsie Pop. I don't know if you remember that cartoon, when the little boy asked the owl, how many licks? Licks, eh? How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? And the owl lick 1, 2, 3. 3 licks. And at the same time, the people, the Tutsis in Rwanda were dying, not by gunshot, but by licks for real. By the by cutlasses and machete. So I mean, this thing is deadly, eh? This is deadly. This is why we live in a world, eh? This is why we live in a world wherein the government of the day could tell you, okay, I had you on the mask for almost 2 years. You can take off the mask now. And the vast majority of the people, like, well, I'm talking about where I am, the vast majority of the people still have on their mask. Remember, the mask thing was a mandate a couple of months ago. You had to have it on, they say. Well, that's what they say, but I mean, you know, I don't wear it. Anyway, that's the next story, but anyway. But people now they're telling you, hey, you could take it off. The vast majority of the people still keeping it on.
Yep.
That shows you the psychological state that we are in. Yeah. And I believe it's all because of all of these things, these cartoons and even wrestling. You know, wrestling can't get away to it, but wrestling is a part of it. Kamala, the Ugandan giant. You ever come across? I don't know if y'all used to watch wrestling back in the day. They had a wrestler called Kamala, the Ugandan giant. It was nothing but a mockery and an imitation of Idi Amin. And interesting, when Kamala became vice president, the man that acted as Kamala never went to Uganda in his life. He's from the United States. I can't remember what city. I don't remember his real name, but he died. I think it's the same week that President Joe Biden and Kamala got sworn. Yeah, you can research it. If you Google and all of that, you'll find it. The wrestler that acted as Kamala. I have to say acted because it's all an act. And he would come to the ring with a shield in his hand and this big mask. And he acted as if he couldn't speak English. The Ugandan giant. But what they were doing there, they were on their propaganda, you know, vibes and trying to diminish the people of Uganda and make us look like we cook people in pot and we can't speak English and we're eating up the turnbuckle. Yeah, they place that in our minds. Yeah, they're good with that. So wrestling too had a key part to play. The Iron Sheik and Nikolai Volkov, Russia and Iran. Yeah, they deep propaganda, heavy wrestling. You know, but it was acting, it's all acting. You know, don't get me wrong, you have to be a strong athlete even to do that, because a lot of them blows, they're real blows, but it's scripted. That's the point.
Yo, Crumb, is Crumb still there?
Yes, sir.
Hey, right there, man. Well, if this is the crumbs, I could imagine when we get the whole loaf of bread.
Yeah. Build on some of the racism in the cartoon.
Oh, don't talk about that. That's a next level out there. Yeah, sorry, you good, brothers.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad. Okay, yeah, let me pull it back up right now. I was so glad because so much of it was right in our faces and we didn't even see it. All right, boom. I'm sharing screen right now. Where's the share button? Right here. Okay, boom. Yeah, X-Men, you know, was a cult favorite. We all love the X-Men. We just never realized, you know, and a part of why we gravitated to these stories, because it was just our stories told through other characters. So we just really loved our own story. We know that Malcolm X was really Magneto, and Martin Luther King was really Professor X. And it was even said, let me just fix this real quick. It was even said, Stan Lee created the X-Men in 1963 in the midst of the civil rights movement. Lee wanted to create a comic that showed bigotry and racism via fantasy. Magneto and Professor X were direct correlations of Malcolm and Martin. or Martin and Malcolm, excuse me. One had a dream of uniting all men. The other was more vigilant in their fight for respect. Salute to Stan Black History. I'm not going to salute Stan because it was basically, in my opinion, cultural appropriation, where you take our culture for your entertainment or for your benefit. That's what I personally saw X-Men as. Even though I understood, you know, they told our story, I did see that they put whiteface on it, and it just felt uncomfortable to me. And for those who may not be familiar with the term, cultural appropriation, at times also phrased cultural misappropriation, is the adoption of an element or elements of one culture by members of another culture. This can be controversial when members of the dominant culture appropriate from disadvantaged minority cultures. I believe, in my opinion, from my interpretation, that's what we saw with the movie X-Men. I'll let the listening audience decide for themselves what was really going on. But moving forward, I wish everybody loved Black people as much as they love Black culture. We always have seen the fact where they love our culture, but they don't quite love us. I digress. Looking at X-Men, we can see where they kept this cultural misappropriation theme, where they just kept basing their best movies around our story. So it's not bad enough. If it isn't bad enough that they, you know, rode the wave of the civil rights movement for entertainment purposes, they also did the same thing with the movie Apocalypse, where they went back into antiquity to take more of our story. So you have this guy, he's young, he has blue skin, he's dark skinned for all intents and purposes, and he creates the pyramids. And this is what we're seeing in the movie. Let me scroll. I got some stuff over here. In addition to that, he is resurrected in the movie, you know, alluding to the high science that our ancestors had. Moving forward, the cartoon Superman. Superman is nothing more than America's best rendition of Moorish science. Superman, in my opinion, from what I've studied, looks like a reaction to Noble Drew Ali. Remember, Superman, the cartoon, came out around the time where Noble Drew Ali was at his apex in terms of presence, in terms of, you know, people recognizing him when he was alive. So Superman, his name is not Superman. His name is not Clark Kent. His name is Kal-El. El being Hebrew, or in this particular case, Moorish. So I'm gonna read this.
You gotta call him by his name, Cal. Yo, Kal-El.
Come on, he's a L, and he could have been a Bay, but nonetheless. Are you sure you are a person? Person in general usage, a human being, i.e., natural person, through though by statute term may include, I'm not going to go through all of that, but basically Clark Kent was his straw man. Clark, the persona Clark Kent was his straw man and how he operated. His indigenous name was Kal-El. Superman was his alter ego. You have ego, you have alter ego, and you have id. Does anybody hear that?
No, that's not me.
Somebody's pager is going off.
He said pager. God dang it. Okay. Pager.
That's how old I am.
Oh.
Y'all hear that? Y'all heard that?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's deep though. Wow. L, that's deep.
Absolutely. Who came first, DC or Marvel? DC, Detective Comics, started as National Allied Comics in 1934 and was published in the first comic and introduced the world to Superman in 1938, and a year later, Batman, which was introduced. Marvel published its first comic in 1939, introducing Human Torch and Namor. There's a Namor movie about to come out, family. Y'all don't know about Namor, not y'all, but the listening audience or whoever may not know now, but I believe this year or next year, there's a Namor movie coming out. This is telling of our story of Atlantis. And if you go and look who brought you the story of Namor, it was Madame Blavatsky. Madame Blavatsky was the queen of occult. She was the female equivalent to Aleister Crowley. If Aleister Crowley was the king of occultism, Madame Blavatsky was the queen of occultism. She was the one who brought us the story of Namor. Remember, within the word Namor, you're going to have more. But I digress. I want to keep on going. The time where you get Superman is 1934. The height of Noble Jew Ali, as we can see right here, there's a date, 1928. So the time period is right beside each other to correlate how the more science birthed the idea of Superman, just like the civil rights movement birthed the idea of X-Men. And here we have a actual race, what is the word I'm looking for? Something where they really focus on race. So it says,
that's Lois Lane there?
Yes, that's Lois Lane. Locked inside the transforming mode, Lois undergoes a startling change. And it says, look me straight in the eye, Superman, and tell me the truth. Will you marry me just the way I am? And then he says, Lois, how could you ask me such a question? Me. Don't answer a question with a question, Superman. I'm now black, but you're white. I want a simple answer. Yes or no. Will you marry me? Headlines. I am curious. Black. I'm sorry. This is what I was looking for. This episode, I'm sorry, this article, this whatever was racially charged. This is racially charged. Half an hour later, Lois confronts Superman. Look me straight in the eye and you tell me the truth. Do you love me? Suppose I couldn't change back. Would you marry me? Even if I'm black? An outsider in a white woman's world. I'm sorry, an outsider in a white man's world. Whoa, this is for kids. This is a theme and a narrative for children. Well, let's look at Batman. Little men, you had a busy day. And then he says, this is the end of the line for you. Happy landings. And then this guy, he says, you're amazing. Amazing. How could you ever have guessed I needed your help? Who are you? And he says, well, sir, when the Batman sees African pygmies walking on the top of a railroad car, it means queer. It means something queer is going on. And that means I'm investigating. Hold on, what? I know Batman is the investigator, but bro, that sounds a little bit racist. That sounds a little, just a little bit. But let's examine Batman ass. Does anybody know what Batman's superpower is?
It's better.
Does anybody know what Batman's superpower is?
Yeah, he's rich.
Batman's superpower. Now, this was a meme. I did not make this meme. Several people have alluded to the fact that Batman's superpower is white power. White privilege is his superpower. Family, nothing beats white power. Not even Superman. Superman got every power in the book. Go back and watch the movie. Not even Superman could defeat white power. Somebody talk black to me. Moving forward, who won Batman or Superman? Winner, Batman. Damn, Batman. You beat, and surprisingly easily, thanks to the help of Green Arrow, I'm not even going to go into all of that. Don't nothing beat white power. Stop playing with me. Why does Superman have many powers? Superman got every power in the book.
Yep.
And he still can't beat white power. Just like I was saying before, the kids of today are all the way tapped in because the media is making them think on a different level than what you and I thought in back in the day. However, if you look in the original, Aang is light skinned, he's light, bright, and almost white. in his reincarnated form, he comes back as a girl and he's dark-skinned. He's dark-skinned. This is colorism, folks. This is colorism. Go back and watch any cartoon. The bad guy is darker, the good guy is lighter. Go in, I don't care what cartoon you watch. The bad guy is dark, the good guy is light. If it's white, it's right. If it's yellow, if it's yellow, it's mellow. If it's brown, don't stick around. Back in the day, it was all types of stuff, but we knew dark was bad. Yin and the yang, the dark side of the force. Why the dark side got to be the bad side?
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Go back and look at the movie Avatar, or the cartoon Avatar: The Last Airbender. He goes back and this particular scene tells you something. There was never a time when man did not exist. There was no such thing as evolution. We always been here. In the cartoon, they alluded to that fact. We go back so far back that you can't keep track. We predate time. Where they do that at? Where they do that at? We predate time. This whole evolution thing, according to Avatar: The Last Airbender, nah, they didn't go back to monkeys. They went back to people, and so far back on, and that was the whatever. I think I had a little something here to watch, but be that as it may. Did Korra lose her connection to past avatars? Because remember, the light skin, when he was light skinned, he had connection to his people. By the time she got dark skinned, she lost the connection. The past avatars are not gone. Their individual spirits still exist. It's only Korra's connection to them that was destroyed. I thought the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. The darker you were, the more connected you were. Where they do this at, where the lighter you are, the more connected you are. Then by the time you get a darker in character, you start losing connection. Maybe I'm reaching and looking too deep into it, but the fact that she had no connection and she's darker are two real pivotal points that can't be overlooked. Is it a conspiracy and racism? Maybe not, but maybe so. While even Korra admits that she may never connect with them again, the dark-skinned girl is not connected to her ancestors. Does it sound like Black people in America? You guys don't know you guys are the lost tribe of Israel. You guys are the ones who don't connect with your ancestors. The Bible talks in Deuteronomy about the people who aren't connected to their ancestors, the dark-skinned people. But we know that white people have a rich history. Your ass get 1 month, and we're going to talk about Martin Luther King and Harriet Tubman. But when we go into white history, white man created this, he created that, he created this, he discovered that, he invented this. He's the greatest thing since sliced bread, white rice, white potatoes, so on and so forth. Moving forward. Go back to the movie Avatar. It wasn't cartoon, but it was kind of. In the movie Avatar, it was all based around this big tree. Well, art imitates life. In real life, our culture has always been based around big trees. Go back and watch Pocahontas. Her spirit council was that big weeping willow. The big weeping willow in Pocahontas. So even in America, we were connected to the trees. Over in Africa, we were connected to the trees, and they called the tree home tree. These are just, a lot of truth is said in jest. A lot of stuff that they put into the children's movies are learning mechanisms if we, do a little bit more than just be entertained about it. Betty Boop, they tried to tell you she was a white girl. Well, boop, 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 boop. That's scat. Betty Boop saying boop, 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 doop. It's either Betty was Black or Betty was nothing more than that white girl that T.I. tried to put on, singing Izzy Azalea. Boop. Just like Izzy Azalea was doing rap, Betty Boop was doing scat. Scat was what our people did. It was either cultural appropriation all over again, or the origins of a telltale sign that the original character was motivated by a sister. This is what we're seeing. It is nothing more than whitewashing. Family, take back your culture. Scat was our culture. Being of the Hawaiian origin was all of our culture, matriarchal societies. Here's another one. Back in the day, I loved Archie Bunker. I'm sorry, not Archie Bunker.
Archie Bunker.
Archie Bunker was your favorite racist?
Joker. Oh, yes.
Archie and the gang. It says, Archie, do you serve crabs? Archie says, sure, Mr. Weatherby, we'll serve anybody. And he points to the black dude. Hold on, what? Hold on, what? He says, we'll serve anybody. Hold on, family. I ain't the smartest man in the world, but hold on, Trick, sound like you racist to me. See, this is the thing, family. Y'all better stop, and I'm not saying anybody on the panel or the listening audience, I'm just speaking in general. Y'all better stop kikiing. Y'all out here kikiing with everybody and every joke. Sometimes we ain't laughing with you. We laughing at you. Family, y'all better know the difference. Spider-Man won't know better. Okay, buddy, chill. I called the cops. You called the cops on my phone? Wait. Was that seemed, bro, you know what? You racist. You racist for that one. Spider-Man, Stan Lee, Marvel. See, y'all playing. And he talking about chill. Listen, Spider-Man, don't talk like that because you dealing with me. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. Moving on. Wonder Woman. I seen snakes and pink elephants, but never before has I seen human lightning. Eek, a galloping ghost. Listen, these are caricatures of the minstrel show. Listen, Marvel. Listen, DC. Let it go. Ain't no more Missouri Compromise, 3/5 of a human. We slaves and we the help. Bro, we stop it. That ain't cute. Go back and watch Teen Titans. Go back and watch. Once they made Teen Titans into into an actual TV show with real human characters, Starfire was a black girl. Go back and watch the I think it was on, I don't think it's on Netflix. It might be on Hulu. Teen Titans is on Hulu. And oh wait, brother, are we still live?
Yeah, man. We did.
Okay. Okay.
We in there.
Go back and watch Teen Titans. And Starfire, she told you that she received her power from the sun. Not in the cartoon. In the cartoon, she was a little Tamahu girl. In the cartoon, she was Flugelrod. In the cartoon, she was Troglodyte. In the cartoon, she was Caucasoid. But in the Hulu, where they were humans, not cartoons, she was a black girl. And there was a scene where everybody was figuring out their powers. You know, it was kind of like the origins where they all come together and originally formed the Teen Titans. So when it's like, all right, Starfire, what's your power? Starfire walks into the light and she says, and this is a black girl, I get my power from standing in the sun. What? So I'm sitting here with my kids watching it. I'm spazzing like, hold on. Did anybody catch that? The black girl said she get her power from the sun. Hold on. I think, these people be telling on them. Sometimes stuff be slipping through the cracks. That was a learning moment. For all the little black girls and boys across the nation here in America who watched that was a learning moment. It was a learning moment, folks. It wasn't just entertainment at that particular second. That was based on reality, because the reality is, just like Superman, who was based on a black man, remember, how did Superman get his power? From the sun. How do black people get their power? We energize from the sun. I was talking to my son one day. My son said, Daddy, I'm scared of the dark. I said, fine, you're scared of the dark. No problem. But let me ask you this, Junior. If you're scared of the dark, what does that mean about your feelings for the light? If you're scared of the dark, automatically, we already know how you feel about the light. You love the light. You feel secure in the light. You feel safe in the light. The light gives you energy. We've always been children of the sun. If your baby say they scared of the dark, you already know what it is, because your baby loved the light. It was a learning moment. Green Lantern. This one right here was probably one of the most racist ones. I've been reading about you, how you work for the blue skins, and how on a planet someplace you help the orange skins, and you done considered, and and you done considerable for the purple skins. Only there's skins you never bothered with, the black skins. I want to know how come. Answer me that, Mr. Green Lantern. And guess what Green Lantern say, brother?
What?
I can't.
Wow.
He says, I can't. You done help the blue people, the red people, the green people, the purple people, the rainbow community. Green Lantern sound like god daggone Obama.
Oh, man.
That's right. That's right. Moving forward. Never forget that Charlie Brown had Franklin sitting alone on his own side of the table for Thanksgiving. Bruh. What that be about? What that be about? I don't know. But you know.
Franklin. I remember Franklin.
Yeah, heavy, man. Heavy.
So, cartoons, the racism you missed.
Heavy.
Oh.
Probably I myself have to take a step out there. You know how it is, honorable. That was heavy though. I mean, like, wow. Yeah, man. Stop respect. But before I go now, let me something you were saying there that just came to mind. So I just said let me pull it up here. You know, of course, this is the same thing, eh? Because it's like this thing is deep. They
Right.
I don't know how they do it. They tend to, it's as if it's real witchcraft, and it's like they bring things into reality even before. Like, for example, this is a good example. I'm sure many of you know the connection. It's too numerous to mention between like Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy. Like they just go, there's a lot, you know, like when they died, how they died. I know they died exactly 100 years apart. I think it's 1863 and 1963. The both of them had a son that died while they were in office. I think when Lincoln was shot, the person that shot him in the theater, and he ran in the warehouse. The Kennedy thing, the person that they said shot him from a warehouse, and he ran into a theater. And I mean, it's deep. Both of them were replaced by vice presidents named Johnson. Listen, it's like over 100 of these points. I mean, all of them not coming to my mind now, but it's just to show you, like, wow, how they do these things.
Wasn't he riding in a Lincoln or something like that? Kennedy was
right.
Oh,
exactly.
You teaching.
That as well. So it's real. So to me, it's no mistake. Like, for example, now this fella here, you can see he look just like the Archie, orange hair and everything. And Harry actually has a son by the name of Archie. That's what he named his son, you know, Archie. And it's obvious that he looked like Archie. So now, what kind of clown thing is this? What's the sense of this mockery here? Now, of course, you know, Mr. Prince Harry is big in the news now, and he dethroned himself, I guess, and he's not going to be on the balcony when they take the picture. I don't know what they're up to, but what I'm saying, to me, if you notice in the Archie comic books, as the brother brought up Archie, that's why I went for this. There's another character who is the Jughead. Of course, you know, Jughead is like the comic, but Jughead is the one with the crown on his head. Now, as this thing is playing out, maybe not back in the days of Archie and Jughead, but Archie and Jughead could have just been one of their weird, freaky, subliminal message for something to come. Because here comes a fella that looked just like Archie, who is down the pecking line to be king. Okay. Now he have a son, and he named the son Archie, which is as if he's showing the world, hey, listen, I am really this Archie thing for you. I don't just look like Archie. Look Archie here. And what comes to my mind now is that Archie's friend, Jughead, wears the crown. Now, is this all a subliminal message to tell you the state of Archie's crown or Harry's crown? Because it's on his friend, Jughead. Hear what he named? Jughead. The type of head here. But I'm showing you that's how they express their messages in some simple, subtle, subliminal messages, things that you have to even, pick up even while you're going along, while the story is being told. And to me, that is exactly what he's saying. Because according to them, he disgraced the crown. That's how they're making it sound, that he disgraced the crown. The Jughead, maybe he's the real Jughead. And Archie is his son. Yeah. But family, as I said, I really would have to step out here for the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, give thanks for your presence. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, well, we're teachers, so there's a lot of things that we have here on the board to express. But give thanks again, for giving me the time and the moment to even come and speak to y'all. Oh yeah, this is, I don't know if y'all got wind of this. This is when they came to the Caribbean, Yeah, they got a hold of some Rastaman drum and started, but well, we frown on that really, but it done gone. But we frown on it. So but give thanks very much for the moment, give thanks for the time. As I said, since I'm going through this, you see these here? These are some of the works that some of our scholars, I call them scholars, would have done in the international homeschool class, you see? So these are like, these are like the planets. This is early in the astronomy class. The astronomy class has over like 140 different classes or different, sit-down sessions. The videos, we send them out via the email. Every day they go out via the email, the different courses. And they design in such a way that the child would not lose interest, color, music, everything, to make sure that they keep focus on it. And I'm telling you, at the end of the day, the sort of knowledge that you see the young minds retain is actually surprising, to be honest. So I'm just showing you, this is some of their works that they would have done in the field of astronomy, But let me just give the link one more time before I go. I know the link is in the description, but get to each and everyone. Yeah, you could contact us for those who want to be, get some more information as it relates to the international homeschool program that we're doing. I will tell you that we have people all over the earth on the international homeschool program for sure. Many ones have specifically, given their satisfaction. We have testimonies. I wouldn't try to play them on the program, but we have testimonies from children and parents of, the gratification that they've received. The program is very simple, very easy to adapt to. And as I said, once you contact us, we would give you a free sample so you could see for yourself what it is we're offering. You don't have to pay for nothing. You can just observe it, make your children observe it, and then decide if you want to come on board and be a part of the team. Blessed love, blessed love. So give thanks, my brother, give thanks to the full family, and very happy that we could take the time and sit down this evening. It was really helpful. I give thanks to the Honorable Empress Naya for coming through as well and giving that mighty strength, towards what I had to do this evening. Blessed love.
Oh, bless, man. Bless. Ladies and gentlemen, we gotta let you off. Beautiful. We're gonna beam you off. We're gonna beam you off the crowd.
Yes.
Beam you. Okay. Word. We want to shout you out once again, man. We'd like to definitely have you come back, We Well, it was beautiful. And next time I'll probably be I'll be in the studio hands on, but it's been great.
Yeah, man, definitely. I don't know if you're gonna have me before June, but I would like to talk about the summer solstice. We're having a big event in the Caribbean for the summer solstice, which I mean, one of the brothers them have time. It will be nice if you fly down. We're having 7 days of enough vibes, man. Things that you would be into. Going to show you some sacred spots where we have megaliths that align with the stars and these different things. You know, when I come again.
I would love that. Yo, super chats, AD.
Oh yeah, you ready?
I'm big up to Frederick Jones too, man. Enough respect. I was in the house last time he was speaking.
Indeed, yeah. Shout out to Fred.
Yes. So I will find myself out, I think I know how to do it. If it's not mistaken, let me see if I can do it the right way.
Soon, AD, we gotta set up the because I want call-ins, man. I want call-ins.
Yeah, when you're here, we'll do call-ins. When you're not here, we can't do call-ins.
Well, we gotta do call-ins.
That's it.
Only when you're here. Okay, super chats. Here we go. 1 second, man. We got a few. All right, so we got somebody said Jesus is a retelling of Krishna and Buddha, whom we are swarthy, and was a creation of the Piso family. Get your education up. All right. Fifth says $20 for priest and crew and for guests, especially this guy today. Keep it up. I have a weenie, but the word makes it sound small. Laughing my ass off. Adam G. Shout out to Adam G for the 20. Fifth says my 2007 Honda Civic C horn sounds exactly like the Roadrunner. I found out by honking the quick 2 beep beeps on the car after your beeps. LOL. Shout out to Adam again. Danny Salinas, bring back spiritual art teachings. All right. Shout out to DJ Jetty, respect Lions. Shout out to Ceaseless. Adam G again. Fella B says Australia, when it comes to black music, you're good. But when it comes to black issues, you go quiet. And Crocodile Dundee was originally a black man. Great movie to see is Rabbit Proof Fence. All right. Those are the super chats.
We'll go quiet.
Bear with me here.
Yeah, we got Frederick in the building too.
Hey. What
Shout
up,
out
Fred?
to Fred.
Yeah, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you, but
all right.
we can't.
Yeah, I ain't think you can hear me because my audio is black. You know what I mean? So
No, your video's black, but we can hear you.
yeah, my video. Yeah, excuse me, not the audio, the video. So I thought that it was black. Par itself, I'm just now getting back in the house. I've been running around.
All right.
So
Yo, Priest Isaac just bigged you up, and it was
oh yeah, did he?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I didn't even know. Yeah, that's a good look. Oh yeah, there it is. They go my video right there. You know what I mean? So
Yep.
yeah, good looking.
Yeah, indeed, man. Yeah, so it was repping Philly right now. So yeah, it was a beautiful build. We just built it, touch it up on the cartoon, Crumb in the building. Right. You know what I'm saying? We just touched on the builds of cartoons and how it affects the minds, and is imperative. Is dope that you have teachers that on all levels are starting to just go into every aspect and getting these little pockets and building on it. You know what I mean?
Facts.
He was.
Yeah, shout out to Priest Isaac, man, for shouting me out. I didn't hear that, man. That's peace. Honors if he's listening. You know what I mean? Indeed, man. Yeah, but I wanted to weigh in, man. I wanted to weigh in on something about the Superman comic or cartoon demonstration on his name being Kal-El, right? Because this is something that a bunch of the Moors was talking about back in 2016, right? So actually Superman was actually not supposed to be a Moor, as far as with the creator, who was a European so-called Jew. His name was Jerry Siegel. All right. So the Moors, so-called black people, is not what he had in mind. Actually, he says that he named Superman Kal-El because he wanted to name Superman after European so-called white Jews' house of worship, which their house of worship is known as Beth-El. And El in Hebrew meaning God. So Beth-El means house of God. So who the creator had in mind was his house of worship, and not necessarily Moors that take on the titles El and Beth.
You know what tripped me out, just to add on to you, is that he was from the Crystal City.
All right.
That his family was supposed to have, in the mythos of him being from the Crystal City, and how they say that crystals have certain mineral power, give certain power to the body. But he was a man of steel, which was wild to me. You know what I'm saying? The man of steel is like a worker. Maybe you can go a little bit further into it. But a man of steel, I see, because I always seen him as like a Rome. He reminded me of Rome, like the Roman cats. You know what I'm saying? And like it was some form of builder. But in his spiritual state, he was from the Crystal City. That's crazy that you said that, the house of God. A lot of the temples made out of crystal and things of that nature. Old story.
That's what the founder said. Not the founder, pardon himself, because I'm so used to saying that, but that's what the creator of the Superman comic said, and why he gave the superhero that he was creating the name Kal-El. But I'll also say this. We do know that the Jews, the so-called Jews, European so-called Jews, they deal with Hebrew. We know that their literature is in Hebrew and all of that. And we do know that the parent language of Hebrew is ancient Phoenician. So we know that Prophet Noble Jew Ali said that we are the descendants of the Canaanites, all right, and the Moabites, etc. So it ties in that, but not directly. So, but something else that I wanted to, another portion that I wanted to give, and then I'll give the floor to somebody else, because you guys are talking about cartoons and racism, right, so to speak. So a very big one is actually the cartoon that was called the Smurfs. And we know that the Smurfs was blue, which we know, like when you're dealing with blue and like them off-brand colors, they don't want to make them black. They don't want to make it a dead giveaway. So they don't want to make them look like so-called black people. So they'll make them blue, like how in the movie Avatar, you know what I mean? The oppressed people was blue, but the cat that used to chase the Smurfs around, the cat's name was Azrael. Azrael means death angel, so to speak. You know what I mean? And this is what this European was during the civil rights era of time, during the Red Summer of 1919. This is just what he was to us during the slavery era of time, during Jim Crow, during Reconstruction. So racism is all over these cartoons. That's a fact. You know what I mean? So yeah. And then there was a god. There was a European so-called white man who Clarence 13X, also known as Allah the Father, made God, and he was a European so-called white man, and they named him Azrael. You know what I mean? So, and you can look that up.
That is correct.
Yeah, so.
Which is dope. That's correct. That is correct. Yo, we still got Crumb in there?
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to add value. I noticed when I was doing my research and I was looking into a lot of these cartoons that seemingly had deeper accounts to them. If you go back and look at Thundercats, I think there were 4 Tamahu, Flugelrod, Troglodyte men who were the creators of it. And if you ask them, when asked, and I went into some groups and debated them about this, the creators of Thundercats, just like the creators of what was the movie we just talking about, the cartoon?
Superman. Or
Superman. The creators of Thundercats, just like the creators of Superman, because remember, if you go back and look at the story, it's damn near the same story. So number one, this is the backstory of Thundercats, which is same as Superman. The backstory is the first episode 1 is called Exodus. Off rip, it's a very biblical narrative. Off rip. This is episode 1 of the Thundercats, and written by Leonard Starr. I think he wrote 80% of all the episodes. I digress. Thundera explodes. We all know that. However, they had a ship that left at the nick of time, saving the last of their kind, and it goes to this other planet. Where have you heard that story before? That's the same story as Superman.
Krypton.
Kryptonite explodes. Krypton is Thundera. The Thundercats are copycats. However, when you go and ask these people where they got the motivation for their show, they're not going to say this. Same thing with Superman. They're not going to tell you. How the hell did Thundercats not tell you? Because you play your cards close to your chest. These are things where they all have done this. I've got a PowerPoint coming of how DC copied Marvel, copied DC, they were just copying each other. And once I bring it in my PowerPoint, you're like, oh, damn, I didn't realize they were just really copying each other. So when you say Superman wasn't a copy from Morris, okay, fine. But this is the thing. This white boy getting energy from the sun. Damn, Gina. This white boy getting energy from the sun. I don't know any damn Jewish people who doing that, but I digress. If you go back, because the same thing with Thundercats. Thundercats said, oh, we didn't get our stuff from Egyptology. Egyptology didn't influence this cartoon. Oh, really? Mum, Ra? Okay, because Mum is like mummy, Ra is like Ra, the god Ra. But you saying this has nothing to do with y'all being, a battery in your back from the Egyptology movement? I don't know. So I hear them, and the brothers all wise, right, and exact. If you go and look that up, no, they're not going to give. What did they do to Noble Jew Ali? It was called benign neglect. We're just not going to acknowledge you. We know you're there, but we're not going to acknowledge you. Yeah, the roots are Moorish. They're just not going to give nobody no flowers, but be that as it may, let all who have eyes see, let all who have ears hear. It's not far-fetched to draw these conclusions to say that the muse, the inspiration, at the very least is us. And this isn't even just exclusive to, cartoons. Family, they have a long history of swagger jacking. Swagger jacking is what they do. So when we look at the media, this is no exception. I think one of the reboots of Thundercats, Mum Ra got a goddamn unk on. He got an unk. I can't draw. I didn't draw that. Mum Ra got a whole unk on. And y'all, like, oh no, we didn't get this from Egypt. This was just our creative. We were just some creative, and we pulled this from European culture. Sure, you're right. I hear you. And I was in that group with these Tamahu. No disrespect. And I said, at the very least, can somebody tell me that Panthro was a brother? Hold on. I'm sorry. Just like they got the Moorish science with Superman, they had Masonic science with Thundercats. Lionel's paw, that was the occult Masonic origin. That's the Masonic lion's paw of Masons. And there was a lion in Egypt who had the lion paw literally. So when you see Lionel with that lion paw, Noble Jew Ali came from under the left paw of the lion in the adept chambers. In the adept chambers. Where you get that from? This is not no doctor. The only thing the European created was the patent office. This is all me. This is my people. This is my culture. Y'all telling my people's story. This ain't no goddamn Jewish story, Hebrew Israelite story, or whatever the case may be. It's my people. Let all who have eyes see. Let all who have ears hear. Last point. I was in that group. I said, bro, at the end of the day, you got to give it to me. Panthro was a brother. I thought I had it in this PowerPoint. Panthro was a whole brother. Panthro had daggone. Okay, maybe I'm reaching. I don't know. You tell me, brothers. You tell me what you think. Jaga was that goddamn job from what's this boy name right here?
His name is Haile Selassie.
Do they not resemble each other? Is it me or is this not? They done copied the whole damn swag. I feel like Ghostface when Ghostface had to face off with that white boy who stole his swag.
His name is Action Bronson.
I feel. I'm out of here.
Yeah, but
Where'd he go?
You know, my position on it is my position is not that the European is not the master of the remix. He's a big time copycat. I mean, he's always copied the original man. And in fact, in order to survive, he has to do such. You see, so I wasn't coming here to say that he's not. He is. He truly is. Look what they did to the sister Sophia Stewart. You know, like how they took her story and made multiple movies, like the Matrix and the Terminator, and she was on talking about that, which I read up on her story long before that. But you know, but just look at her. You know what I mean? She wrote a story in the 70s, and they came out with the Terminator in the 80s and the Matrix at the end of the 90s. So we know that this is what he does. You know, but I just wanted to bring clarity to the Superman demo in particular. Not saying that the Johnny Come Lately Jew is the foundation for what we call Judaism. I'm not saying that. But I'm just saying that when the creator, Jerry Siegel, created that, he didn't necessarily have ills and bays in mind as far as the Moore Science Temple is concerned. That's all I was saying. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So,
you know, I think if we look, we're going to see, hey, a lot of these things are being copied, you know, and when the brother says copycat, I think he's all wise, right, and exact. When he says copycat, I think he's all wise, right, and exact, because that's exactly what we're dealing with, a copycat. And anybody who can watch these shows, maybe they're not going to tell you, hey, the people who created the show said this. No. All right, fine. But I don't know, KP, AD, do you see some type of resemblance here?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Shining it up in the clouds. I see that. They're getting this ready for Project Bluebeam, and they start putting holograms in the sky.
The calling card for the Thundercats is damn near identical to the calling card for Batman.
Yep.
A Thundercat is really a copycat.
Yeah.
But I wanted to give. I'm sorry, please.
Nah, it's crazy. Right in his act. Lit right now, yo. It's beautiful.
Definitely. I definitely appreciate being up here. I appreciate the brothers. I didn't expect Frederick to come up here. I appreciate the brother's wisdom. But I thought, brother, you know, and no, it's not Fred, it's Frederick. I thought you made a video called Bum TV about me. That's why I was a little surprised when you came on the live when I was up here and you said that stuff. What was it called? Bum TV? The video you made?
Well, first of all, I didn't come on the live to talk about that. If you want to talk to me about that, we could talk about it, brother. But we ain't gonna do it.
I mean, I'm cool, brother.
You're not gonna do it on Killah Priest podcast, but we could have that conversation, which is a conversation that you don't want.
No, I mean, I'm your humble brother. You've come up here, you've added value. I appreciate you. I consider you my peer. I got to be honest with the family. You get around and you do good work. Frederick L. And I'm humbled to even, be on the line with you. And I appreciate the value that you've added. And again, I want to say to all of the family, the brother is all wise, right, and exact. He's all wise, right, and exact. And he's doing great work in the community. I just was kind of taken aback when you did come on the live, because I remember that video. I forgot what was it called, brother? What was it called? Bum TV? The video you made about me?
Yeah, I got to build. Yeah, I got to build with that. Yeah, I should build with that a little later. I didn't know that.
I'm sorry. That's my brother though. He's gonna come back on my. He's been on my platform.
That's good though. I'm glad I'm glad that at least we could be all wise and civilized and build on certain things with some type of class. You know what I'm saying? Some type of class and some type of clarity, bringing some type of stability. See, we could build and get to a point, but at this time, how long we've been rolling, AD?
We've been rolling about 3 hours and 21 minutes.
Yo, at this time, cause I got things to do too. Yo, I want to thank CrumbTV for coming through, Priest Isaac, and Frederick. You know what I'm saying? Y'all there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, cause it's like we 3 hours in. Yo, could we I mean, we yeah, that's crazy. But we 3 hours in. But let's kind of like put the plane on, like put the craft on a little halt or whatever. Are y'all cool? You cool?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's my brother. We all brothers up here. I love all of y'all.
That's beautiful. All right. Yo, because we want to go to the bring it to the music side of things right now.
Yeah.
I'd like to revisit this, and then I want to do a follow up on y'all two, man. At least y'all building, and that's always good. I'm always happy to see two brothers building. I had no idea that, y'all build, you know what I'm saying? So keep that good.
Wow.
So we're gonna let y'all go at this point, and continue on to the music. Unless y'all want to be here for the music. Yeah, there?
Yeah, I'm listening to you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Y'all want to be in for the music?
Well, I'll go offline. I'll build with the family shortly though.
Okay.
Emotional
damage. Peace once again.
Peace.
No doubt.
Hey. All right.
Yeah, make sure you hit each other after this, man. Make sure y'all hit each other after this.
No, we're gonna have a conversation. Man. I truly didn't come on to do the whole WAC 100 demonstration. You already know when I talk to you, I already told you I don't do that. I truly came on the platform, and even though he's gone, I'm not gonna talk about him now that he's gone because I didn't want to talk about it while he was here. But I truly came on just to dialogue on what you guys was talking about, just to add my demonstration. That's all. But him and I are going to have a conversation. So
that's good. All right, AD, let's move to the music.
Yeah.
Yo, I didn't get to see nobody in the I didn't get to see nobody in the craft room.
Yeah, I could share the screen right now. Second.
I think my computer got a virus, man. I keep getting these pop-ups, man.
Yeah.
Ever since I went to earlier today, man, I went to this Tube to Gram website. It's supposed to make YouTube videos into 1 minute Instagram clips. And ever since then, I've been getting these pop-ups, man. I think my shit is about to crash. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Mm.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Screen. Let's go.
Oh man, the chat is deep, man. You know what I mean?
And it's moving up. It's moving up.
Yeah.
Second, so y'all can see the chat screen. Over there.
The chat is something, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
Bathroom. Okay, so just I'm setting up real quick for the music. Okay. All right, what's good? Let's go. It's time for the song promotion segment where we play tracks that were submitted to the show. Let's go. First one is going to be by Lord Galaxar with a track called Imhotep. Okay.
Just stay religion while your living is lame. 5% niggas claiming that the earth is a flat plane. Done playing with these niggas. You can't talk shit about nobody with these niggas. Yo, I smacked the Imhotep out of you. Lord God help me to hold out. My life's getting chaotic like Seth with the long snout. Harness the chaos. Black Jesus with the Caesar fade. Nefertiti One Piece. Look at the seeds we made. Spit royalty like purple rain. Needed dough, made the phone ring. Speak to my money like yo, good morning. Lord, thank you for helping me to hold out. I almost went to track to hold down. I dance in the pussy like it's a hold down. Yeah. Lord, help me to hold out. Yes, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Until my changes come, I come into a lane, brain dame barn. Sacrifice hun like Onyx on the moon. Want you, but I don't need you. Hey, with wings, stay fly like an eagle. Yeah, what you mean though? Flex the guns like Rick Steamboat. I go Pluto on a sailor. Popeye ass niggas, you lose an eye. Yo, favorite color broad checkerboard. Yo, I'm a player. School you niggas like my hero academia. Hold me back, hold me back. Help me to hold out. Fuck this. All these niggas. Yeah. I got the gold on my mind like tilt. The Stargate fuck up my stomach like milk. Lactose grows ill. Landed on a distant planet laced with reptiles. Crazy about shots, hot twats and pills. Yo, they most famous stars got no skills like Kardashian. Say your ass with passion, get paid off fashion. Fuck you bomb niggas talking it's sad, man. I saw you coming out the church house the other day. I meant to pull out the heat, be like, bop, 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 and just roll away. It's corny. Corn dog top ass all niggas. That niggas phony. Your prayer circles all bullshit, y'all baloney, Holy Spirit don't visit no more than I do. Your kin friendship paper thin, just like the Bible. Heard you niggas tried to fuck my ex-wife too. Kill yourself, stick a needle in your eye. Ooh, man, gross. Carry the honk like the gods. Antagonize niggas, shout out to Rasul.
That was Lord Galaxar with Imhotep. Man,
The whole song?
Say what?
That was the whole song?
That was a minute. I was about 2 minutes in there.
All right, that was a quick 2 minutes.
Yeah, he gave a shout out to Rasul.
Yeah, I did hear that.
It was cool. It had that gospel vibe.
It did.
I was feeling that, and then he
dope.
Yeah, he got it. He did his thing. It was a good mix.
Yeah,
not bad.
And not bad at all. So I'm gonna get the next one up here. We've got DJ Aurora Borealis with a track called
I finally get to see the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, the chat is funny, man. You know what I mean?
Craft room, Rocketeers. Shout out to the Rocketeers and the craft.
We got 346 watching. Okay, here we go. Coming up next, DJ Aurora Borealis with a track called Dead Pope, produced by the Mark of Buddha.
皆さん、おはようございます。俺の名前はザマーク・オブ・ブッダだよ。今日のビートは SU200 で作られた医療。行こうか。
Shout out to Adam G.
The Mark of Buddha, the Pope. Peace to the God. Everybody jump, jump, jump. 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 Everybody, yo, people congregation, evangelization, people jurisdiction, cardinal prefect, the red pope, flow red castle, red skull cap, black guard clergy for more than 100 years. And a heart full of liberals, generals, 19th century, they shot the dogs down, rebel peasant, the cross as they pendant, bishop popes. In the cathedral, incense the papacy. To the next millennium, Constantine the Great, Basilica from St. Peter to the present day. Automatic reprogram microphone wordplay. I speak these words out the Vatican paintings in the wall. All four corners, I in the sparrow. A raven flew over the Verrazano. Has 270. Cranium transformed into a falcon beat. The Mark of Buddha, the Pope. The Pope. Live from the balcony, dangling another weak MC.
That sound like some Wu-Tang right there. Wu-Tang.
All right.
Mark of Buddha. Shout out to Mark of Buddha.
Yeah, that sound like some Wu-Tang. That's he mentions the Vatican. See, that's my vibe right there. That's the type of time I be on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Shout out to Aurora. That was dope. That was dope. Just gonna have to stop beating the beats up. See Mark of Buddha.
All right, this next one is an MP3 submitted by Diawara and No Name the MC. Track is called Good Bunna. Go.
Flesh yet purifies souls, but the spirit resides outside of time zones, untouched and unbothered by the course time goes. Above and beyond limitations time holds, found between every crease where time folds. It's every cornerstone laid to pave time's roads. So I write from the spirit, because the spirit is timeless, and that's something even time knows. Heavenly guided, John, my side got me feeling alive, like a baby just kicking the womb. Turn the volume up and let my speakers bang in my room, until my head nod to the rhythm completely consumed. A grit so dirty got you reaching for brooms. Welcome to the dojo where the bat boom to the tune of a fat spliff and spit filled with red jewels, free and undefined by their rules. This'll get you up like good Buddha, put you on a high like good Buddha. Open up your doors, get the keys to the gates of your great upper rooms, yo. This'll get you up like good Buddha, put you on a high like good Buddha. Open up your doors, get the keys to the gates of your great upper rooms, yo.
But your feelings are spirit, so how can we fake it? When the crowd's moving and shaking, got the sound booming and banging. Now stop and bounce again. If it's destiny, then let it manifest. Yeah, we're carving our path, so follow your own and come step in our lane, cause we'll take you there and back. You just might have the time of your life, cause it's time to get right. You know we love the scent, it's medicine for the soul, and it feels so good. That's why I can't stop spitting, keeps leaking out my face. So let these words fall into place and do what they do, and capture the moment like an artist with skill. We let them know we stay on this hip-hop ish, and you're welcome in, but don't front, cause you just might get the boot and set back to wherever you started from. Wherever you started from.
This'll get you up like good Buddha, put you on a high like good Buddha. Open up your doors, get the keys to the gates of your great upper rooms, yo. This'll get you up like good Buddha, Put you on a high like good Buddha. Open
Yeah.
up the doors, get the keys to
All right, Layawada and No Name the MC. Good boom.
There was a super chat question too. Somebody asked a question in the super chat.
Yeah.
Okay, it was from Lottie. He said, Frederick, who was the dude you spoke about, Clarence?
Yeah, so the brother that I spoke about, his name was Clarence 13X, also known as Allah the Father. He's the one that was the creator or the foundation for what's called the Nation of Gods and Earths. New York City, 1960. What's that, Killah Priest? 1965?
Yeah.
Something like that. And the reason he was called Clarence 13X is because he was the 13th brother with the name Clarence that came into that particular mosque or University of Islam when he was in the Nation of Islam. Obviously, he left and created his own thing, which is the Nation of Gods and Earths. So that's who Clarence 13X is. So, yeah.
All right.
I know you're talking about Israel.
Huh?
Azrael.
Oh yeah, Azrael. Yeah. So yeah, Azrael, totally different person. You know what I mean? He was a brother that was made God by Allah the Father, from what I understand. So yeah. Which Azrael means death angel. Did I mention that?
And he was white.
And he was so-called white man. That's right. That's right.
All right, this next track is by Billy Hush, and it's called Born Alone.
Rest in peace, Taliban. Rest in peace. Love you forever. I love you beautiful. I love you ugly. Take it all. Billy Hush. Yeah. Just wait until they get a load of me.
I love Chris Rich.
And we die alone. What a way to go. Now I'm alone. But I'm not sorry. Nobody's your friend at the start or at the end. No, you can take them with you when you're dead. No.
Out on the road again. I'm by myself, I'm all alone, yeah, I went ghost again. Was sober for a moment, but the stress made me go smoke again. Cherish all the memories, moments with my closest friends. Loyalty and love is what I owe. These demons force me, so I'm morphing. I'm a final form of scorching. I was exiled from my mother's land in Europe like an orphan. I was marching with the fathers of the fallen, planting seeds of wanted. Patiently we wait for them to harvest. Menages with the goddesses, models that were sculptured like a bottle is. Feasting on her body, every part of it. The thought of it excites me. The art of it, though audit it, was caught up in this life. We was right inside the heart of it. Blood all on the dance floor, we do the Macarena. Tango with these talents, hollows in the magazine. Inside we were together, sinning, sampling on flesh. But we turned into strangers, soon we stepped outside and left. Cause
we were born alone. And we died alone. What a way to go. Now I'm alone. But I'm not sorry. No, nobody's your friend at the start or at the end. No, you can take them with you when you're dead. No.
yes, I came through the portal. At night you see me glowing. And my love is immortal. When yours die, mines keep on going. Rest in peace to Taliban. I am still in mourning. One day we gonna meet again. That moment will be glorious. Soaring with the crows, pour my soul in all my flows. This is pressure overload. Shut the windows, close the doors. For your photos we don't pose. Baby powder in my nose. Baby showers, crazy crazy hours, throwing flowers on the porch. This thing of ours, yeah, the code. From the flesh straight to the bone. I'm a servant to the throne, just a merchant selling stones. Draw a circle around a square. When I'm hush, I'm loud and clear. I don't walk, look to the sky. You see me hushing through the air. Dana in a movie, she's searching for a sinner. I said, baby, you could use me. And then I went up in her, yeah, beast out on that beauty. I saw myself with her, still a left, cause speaking truthfully, you and me.
We were born alone, and we died alone.
That was Billy Hush with Born Alone. Like the hook.
Yeah, the hook's dope, man.
Captivating. Good mix, not bad. Good cadence.
That's what, keep doing it, man. Try to find another song next time. Keep doing it.
All right.
Oh man, somebody said that I don't want to smoke with Crumb. You see that? You see that?
I didn't see
See
it.
that, man?
Don't pay it. Don't pay it. Don't pay it. No.
Chat room is gonna say everything.
Yeah.
Of course. I know.
But yeah,
I'm just reading the comments. That's all. You know what
for
I'm saying?
sure, for sure. Okay. Hush Nation in the chat says salute KP.
Of course.
Coming up next, we've got a submission here from the Mark of Buddha. This track is called Pretty Boy Naruto Theme. Here we go. Ooh, cold brew. Yeah. Don't drink it too late, otherwise you won't sleep. Yeah.
Might got a flight to test.
Yo, this beat is cool. I thought it was like a different time signature. I thought it was in like 5/4 or something. I knew it wasn't 6/8. I thought he was doing a different time signature. It turned out to just be a slow 4/4. It was dope. Ooh.
Yeah, that was a good beat.
That was cool.
So who's Mark of Buddha? Who's that?
Mark of Buddha is someone who's been submitting tracks for a minute. And
Really?
Priest liked a lot of his beats and already started rapping on them. He also did a few of our features that we did for the collaboration tracks that we've done.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had him on as a guest via Zoom.
All right. Yeah, I was asking because I like what he creates. You know what I mean? So
Joints, yeah, he's dope.
yeah, he is. You know what I mean? So
His information is on there. Word.
oh yeah.
Just hit him up.
All right.
I'll link that up.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Last but not least, we've got our grand finale. Zodiac. with the track called Greatest of All Time.
Hey.
Y'all ready for this? Here we go.
Let's go.
Now, give us that poetry on number 7. He wanted to go to heaven, so I took him in 7. You took him in 7. Oh, I'm the king of the world. Hold it. You're not that great. I'm a bad man. I shook up the world. I must be the greatest. I told the world. I talk to God every day.
I'm the greatest of all time. I'm the greatest of all time. Yeah, I rob thunder, so the blind wonder. I heard he's amazing, he's making his own shrine. I'm the greatest of all time. I'm the greatest of all time. Yeah, I know you hear me. There's no theory, no lesson. So wherever you're waiting, you'll be fine. Greatest of all time. Mastering the clock, circumnavigate your block. His brain is a gold mine. Greatest of all time for health. I'm so patient. I waited on alkalines, intelligent elevation. Cause the moon to the head of the great awakening. Remove because the music you playing is asinine. Capricorn goat had to face a long climb. Made it to the top, now the stage is all mine. You're facing the wrong sign. Arabian thought wine make up for the lost time. Just remember who was there when nobody respected you. Nobody was checking for you. Like a watch display in the wrong time. You get what you asked for. Quit what you rapping for. All lives matter, seen that some lives matter more. I'm not your average mortal, it's bull matador. Spirit that appeared in the flesh through the matador. Till we bring the empathy back, some minds have to pour. I'm all that and more. Take you on a magic tour. Greatest of all, that's for sure. Your flow isn't half as pure. Out the sky ministry, balance the flower symmetry. Rappers ain't reaching my height, they ain't that mature. The music catalog looking like a whack brochure. Need to fold already. I see my goals, I'm steady. I'm speaking gold confetti in front of your globe assembly. We don't have to crawl, we can crack the wall with herbs so loud. I'm puffing at Yo Salvador, strong enough to open my nose in the hell of basketball. When you last scored, your ancestors moved. We don't have the same goals, we gave it a different backboard. Learning from different schools, displayed on a different blackboard. We been blackballed, since we been black, y'all. When we were last called, check your phone log. I accept my soul's job to correct my own laws. I stay awake, you never know me to nod unless I'm in agreement over hot beats playing. Put my message in the cement like a Hollywood star. I'm oldest with a tablet like a giant iPod. Whispers in the wind, climb the higher heights, God. There's no freedom if you fear for your death. Got the sheer eternal in the experience of flesh. The theories isn't as fresh. I clearly got the finesse and fear my intellect. Clearly it's just a mess. I found it with you're impressed. I vowed to be the best. My crown that can break your neck. Years of protectness is so heavy. It appears I'm clearly the best living, uplifting. My religion is the holy intellect. Solar ball game, your theories can't intercept. What's failing from being me is your idea of success. The criteria to say that blank here is the best. Insert the name on the tombstone, these words in the frame. Another soul, and so I murdered in the words I exchanged. Phoenix King, suddenly I burst into flames. Your imaginary world is but a theory, I bet. You ain't close to me, I give you 10 years to confess. These artificial heart crystals, I ain't here to impress. Many suffer from within, but appear to be blessed. The ones closest ain't the ones that always hear you the best. I see Mother Earth spilling more tears from her breast. You can't eat sorrow, you see it better tomorrow. I know where I'm headed, intelligent people follow. To understand the hole in the earth that's going hollow. But I vision, I ain't seeing it at all through false goggles. Explore novels, human is your apostle. This music is pure gospel. Crushing the revisionist, stuck in cognitive dissonance. Gotta remain vigilant. From one sharp point, I pop the bubble of a hypnotist. Underhanded villainous. The ones that grant privileges in exchange for the true rights that life's given us. Color brand businesses, understand the inference. God speaks through me, I'm a son of man, triloquist, rubber band physicist. We get a grip, snap back to reality. Who can come after me? You ain't ready yet, you should get back to me. Grab the microphone like you should give that to me. Pictures couldn't capture me, the magic in your majesty. Dressing so sharp for the gala in the galaxy. I'm the greatest of all time. I'm the greatest of all time. Yeah, I rock thunder, so the blind wonder. I heard he's amazing, he's making his own shrine. I'm the greatest of all time. I'm the greatest of all time. Yeah, I know you hear me. There's no theory, no lesson. So wherever you're waiting, you'll be fine. Come adapt to the adept. Zodiac, I made a pact at the apex, stronger than the ape's pecs. Any test, I'ma pass it like a rain check. Liquid assets like mermaids we stripping. First rate magician, earth space collision. Oracle grenades, pouring visions on my brain spec. Circuit board, your mental plane high in yellow jacket. Tyrannosaurus, Aberex, Velociraptor, Shaman ladder. Climbing to the main steps. Put their solar bodies about the Thor train wreck. Rocket to Gibraltar, Hercules pillars left the side of Gamora, Gemini, Tupac. Is it chakra or Shakora, Torah? Tube ox, the Andromeda, Aurora. Taurus torpedo, shot him about the water. 1,000 petal golden lotus blossomed out my aura. Grand and unusual plans of Manson musical. Captain Planet reader, my temple's Law's address. Meet me at the pinnacle. Pineal Polaris, mountain summit clouds above a genie in the palace. Uranus reposes sun ingenium Solaris. Ground root procedures, sound booth Khalifa. Put the head books I read, Mount Kuf the Keitha. Father the new leader, impossible view dreamer. My unicorn semen, each drop is a womb cleaner. Phenomenal truth speaker, it's my duty just to glisten. Pyramid cyclops, count the rubies I be spitting. Do you see the fixed signs and the beauty of a griffin? Kabbalah zodiac back, view me in the kitchen, making tree of life smoothies from the fruit of my fruition. My sound is panacea, they don't believe it. I'm Kai Zenith, King David Letterman, Astrological, God with the 7 hands. Try to enter my trident denture. It's the Neptune weapon in the side of Electra. Signs of my lectures, primordial stealth. Solar body Zoom meeting, sending thoughts to myself. This light speed, bright weeds like Lemurian kelp. They don't understand the plan and the formulas dealt. Reincarnate just to pass the torch to myself.
Damn.
Bam.
Ridiculousness, man. He said Astrological Jesus.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. Yeah.
Astrological Jesus.
Zodiac. Zodiac is
Fire,
a beast.
man.
A beast.
Quality of the video too. I like how he put himself with the hat with Saturn, with the Saturn rings as the brim, and then on Saturn you could see all of the graphics. It's a great job with the video and the audio. And with every submission, I try to hear something that, like, you know, what would I do different? What would I change? And I couldn't think of anything with Zodiac. Like, the mix was good. I like how big the beat sounds. It's just straight fire. There's nothing else to say. What y'all think?
Astrological Jesus, yo.
Yeah. No, he said Astrological.
Astrological.
Yeah.
Boop. Boop.
And then
boop.
he said
Yeah.
Ka Zenith.
You gotta see, yeah, you gotta send that to me.
Yo.
I gotta hear that. The phone don't do that justice.
Damn, for real. I'm gonna send it
I
to
need
you.
headphones.
Yo, we got a well, first of all, Frederick, did you want to say anything?
No, I'm just listening right now. Yep.
For sure. Okay.
You got any music?
Say what?
Huh?
You got any music you wanna play?
Oh, you know what? I actually recorded a new song yesterday.
If you want, go ahead and email it to me.
Yeah, I actually we just recorded it yesterday.
It's up to you.
It's not mastered. Oh, but I'll send it to you. Let me see.
If you want, go
I did
ahead
download.
because we got a couple minutes because we just got a last minute submission, Priest.
All right.
From
I'm gonna send it to you guys.
Yeah, go ahead and send it. And while you do that, I'll play this one last minute submission here from Tobra.
Yes,
Afro,
sir. Yes, sir.
From Houston. He has a track here called Frobots. And he sent it via MP3.
Thanks for asking me, by the way, too. I appreciate that.
Here we go.
Beep, beep, boop, boop, bop. Robots, we under attack. Whole block go off, get to running the track. Show off when I'm doing the diggity so dope. Throw Mars when I lyrically hit them, they all smoked. I'm Sunny, leading the army, I'm ready to go. Funny, bleed them an arm in a heavy patrol. Hungry, ready to bomb and I metal to flow. Dummies, robots want your soul. Better believe it, gotta get up and arm my defenses. My eyesight shine, but they blind on my senses. Community of people when they harvesting the bodies. And brutally they eating every human in the party. Maneuver with the red dot laser. Truly I can shoot them with the headshot laser. Knock, knock, caper. Robots, I'll be your neighbor. Robot, lock your cranium. Bots, froze out and I'm back up in it. Flow it out, show when I rap so vintage. No doubt, hold it out, act so stupid, I'm woke now, battling the robot village. Handle it, whole lot of business, scramble it, gamble your life in the basket, the pitching, switch it up, mix it up with the flow shock, the twist of the story, they call me robot. ugliest demons electrify, bet to find the extra fine, and why they running rampant like a legion. 'Tis the season, be the one and the only. They got way big bot guns that they holding 1,000,000 kilometers or even be a billion. It really appear to be that they're killing all civilians. I gotta figure how I'm about to be the victor. Tick tick tock on the clock when they villainize, head for the hills when I dead with the skills. Let get the drill, get the running like treadmill with the Terminator on alert. Never make amends with an AI, get to exterminate the curve. Regurgitate words you heard us slay herbs like a black nerd in a world so berserk. Be the word, they invade the folk of earth. Wanna join them, better prepare to go in dirt. All I knew that it was gonna be the time. If you wanna live and you scared, then go to church. Wipe out the bot population. Nights out the rock non-stop to blaze them. Be the AFRO on the scene. Bulletproof on for the laser beams, yo.
Shout out to Mr. T. Afro from San Diego. I just sent it right now. So.
Okay. That was cool. I like the mix. I like that snare a lot. That was dope.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a fast cadence, you know what I'm saying?
That was a really good flow. Good submission. That was Tobra from Houston Robots. Dope. Very dope.
H-Town. I used to live in Houston, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I lived there for 4 years. For 4 years, I lived there. So, yeah. And I used to live in California, too. But, you know, we'll talk about it another time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
All right. I'm trying to see if somebody sent me something. I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
I don't think this is you. Somebody sent me something about ayahuasca.
No, that's not me.
I was like,
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I see what that is. Okay, Frederick, I got you right here. And
all right.
Do you want to set this up or anything?
Huh?
Do you want to set this up? Tell people what it is.
Oh, yeah. So this is a song that I recorded yesterday, actually. And the name of the song is True and Living God. You know, I kind of come up with the titles kind of on a whim. And so we recorded it yesterday. Me and my studio engineer / executive producer, a brother by the name of Chuck Charles Chill Hill. You know what I mean? That's who I do all my projects, all my songs with. So yep.
All right.
Big up.
Huh?
So big up.
Oh yeah, big up to the brother, definitely.
And it looks like it's called True and Living.
Yeah, we shortened it up, True and Living, but it's called True and Living God is the name of the song.
Okay, here we go.
And it's not mastered. We just put a rough mix on it. We're still tweaking it. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See how it sounds.
Frederick St. John, Feast of St. John, mastermind since I was 21, most favorite son. My lexicon as I look back upon his young gun. See my perspective on, commencing on. Just fly more, law and order, sons and daughters of the diaspora. My aura, glaciers of ice water, flesh of my mother's flesh. Give me liberty or give me death, no finesse. Nevertheless, I made it. Viva Las Vegas, fly places, frame it. I'm famous, bag Dana, kill the demons. Pull the gun, I've only just begun. This midnight sun. That's what I rep, the sun never sets. I'm vexed, this vet is a threat. No regrets, the best of me wishes for you. With the best in you, wishes for you too. I'm tried and true.
Special.
Yeah.
I'm a commercial secret, I mean it, peep it, believe it. Frederick told you that the Moors is the reason that we have a navy. This world's crazy. New levels, new devils for this righteous rebel. From start to end, slay the gin from my mind to the pen. Protocols of the elders of the wise men of Zion. The times we in, knowledge born, Moors veil your form. From night to dawn, it's a holy ministry in death. Breathe the holy breath, your lowest self is your greatest test. For birth to death, the great Morris mess, I call it drama. Word to the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Deific life, I'm near it. Swear in, swear to be it. Who cares what the thoughtless think? You hear the scholars ink? My spirit's linked with Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Yeah, let me see.
Special.
That is not their own, that they have adopted from the Romans who murdered him. Do you understand where I'm coming from? In other words, they worship the murderers of the Nazarenes and then claim to love the Nazarenes. And the Nazarene brought the zodiac and the fish. They hung him on a cross and then told him that the instrument used to lynch him was the instrument he brought from heaven in a cloud of glory. They are liars, they're hypocrites, there's no truth in them, and when they speak a lie, they speak of their own father. It is not their creed. Jesus was a Moabite, and his grandmother Ruth was a Moabite, and Boaz was a Moabite. So what can you be but Moabite? More.
Yo, I like that beat.
Yeah. The chat giving some good feedback. I was a little skeptical, but it's all right.
Yeah, the people like it.
Yeah, it's
some
all right,
people,
not bad.
some people were asking, where can I find this? Like, it's
Very
unreleased.
visual.
This is exclusive.
Yeah, I didn't put it out yet. So
yeah,
I didn't put it out.
Exclusive.
So I have a project that I'm working on that I'm calling the Jones Ill Dynasty that I'm gonna put up on iTunes. I'm just not done with it yet. But so yeah, you know what I mean?
Very visual and vintage.
Yeah. So we made that just yesterday, and the producer is this guy named So Special. You could go to YouTube, type in So Special Beats, and all his tracks is there. This guy is dope. Most of my tracks I get from him. So
nice.
So yeah.
All right. So that concludes our song promotion segment.
Yo.
If you guys want to submit tracks for the next episode, go to killerpriest.tv/song promo and the link in the description. All the info is up there. Yeah. All right, Priest, is on you.
Yo, I want to thank the guests today, was Priest Isaac, him and Nina. I think it was Nia came through and really bought it this time. You know what I mean? Got to hear him out. It was beautiful. Also, special guest CrumbTV. Also, Frederick, once again, coming through, spreading the knowledge. And I want to thank the captain. Also, I want to thank y'all for your super chat, for your participation, and just being real solid. Without y'all, we don't go anywhere. So make sure y'all support and keep supporting, and tell people to hit the likes. You know, we're gonna bring more and more stuff to you. You know what I'm saying? Me and AD like to think. AD, you want to say anything? Soon?
No, that's it for me. We're all set for Monday. You'll be
All right,
back. You'll be back in the studio next Monday, right?
Yeah. I gotta fly out. I'll take my flight tomorrow. So, I'm gonna crash in.
Shout out to Adam G. He's been donating super chats, just saying what's up throughout the whole show. So shout out to Adam G.
Boom. Shout out to Adam G, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I gotta donate something to y'all too, man, for showing me some love to it. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna donate something. So you know what I mean?
For sure. Hey, we also appreciate your knowledge and your contribution to the show as well.
Indeed. So send me the Cash App. AD or Priest. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Do it.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Some super chats here. Again, shout out to Adam G, Mr. T. That's Afro. I produced the beat. Right on. Vinny Black Lodge. Peace to the Rocket. And think we got everybody. Tony Samarono says, beautiful build tonight, brothers. KP legend. Bumping horoscope right now. Bless. And Mr. T said earlier, back in the day, they used to allow boxing outside. The sun is powerful.
Yeah, I got to send you a horoscope on me.
Nice.
I'm talking to Frederick. I'm gonna send you a horoscope, my latest joint. Did you hear it yet?
Say that again, brother. I'm sorry.
I have to send you a horoscope, my latest joint. Yeah.
All right.
Word. All right. I want to thank everybody in the chat room, architects, oracles, Rocketeers, Craftsmen. Yo, I'm out of here. I gotta take a flight. So travel. I want to thank everybody for tuning in, and I'm gonna say peace.
All right.
Yo, land the rocket.
Landing the rocket. We'll see y'all on Monday.
All right.
Peace.
And in the great museums of the world hang the works of the master artists of another age, giving mute testimony to the horrors of sorcery and witchcraft.
From Killah to Kabbalah priest, my hair turned silver like the gauze of the Odyssey. Between two pillars of ivory, my anthology. My sign is fiery in astrology, but my moon sign's in Aquarius, so I came to flow and flood from Genesis to Deuteronomy. I eat up rappers, I'm in God degree. I came to lay it down like the man with the holes in his hand that did carpentry. Pardon me, I'm partially a Martian MC. So here's my artistry. Noblemen, Ethiopians, Nomos with the cocoa skin. From the ethers with the robes on them, I just went rogue again. Cathedrals play the oldest hymns. I look medieval when I hold the pen. Call me General Galaxy Gems, or Sergeant Satellite Stargate. Super spirited sunshade, Mr. Mirror, Master Craftsman makes you imaginate. Dr. Dreams, divine dictator, developer of rhyme schemes. The enchanted evangelist, Lord. Messiah, sire, squire, writer. Thine own blood shall be required. Wizard Walter the First, the nation of gods in the earth, statue in the yard of the church, the icon painting behind the fire. Be inspired after my bars have researched, rehearsed, till you see the ebony empire rebirth. Lord, the Hierophant in the tarot, Prince of Arrow, the tribal dance, burn candles, sing carols, then chant from the castle, place lamps on the mantle, as I enhance as I'm channeled, then relax as my hand move, the scriptures that I write, Lord, call me Killah Pineal, priest of the Most High, sacrificial goat tied to wild oak while the smoke rise. I spoke wise and judge the fourth chamber, pillars of danger, the rains of blood became a flood, still bringing my singers, my entertainers. The meta nature, the kether, I engulf the Ein Sof, the priesthood letters, surround my seat with scepters. At my feet are lepers. I am Master Mahout, the kingly kingdom. Kingship is my roots, the great understanding believer in Bina. You're just a man, I'm the universe. Either the ether is between us, or it's my council of cherubs, the Teferet of merits. On my chest is a scarab, beneath the heart of kindness. The Kesed is my message, and the rhymes are always timeless. The giver of Givra, judgment, blood rinse in the river. Glorious, victorious, Netzach. Come down, bless my raps, no setbacks. Behold my splendor hold, the abode, my foundation you sowed. My wisdom's the hope of our culture, and I'm not writing poetry, these are scrolls.
Yeah, that was pretty dope, man.